Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. Welcome back. We were off last week, but your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness is back after our nice week off, although we technically weren't off last week when you really think about it, because of our 8-hour-and-a-half behemoth of a Pokemon Violet 1.0 finale. It's over on the YouTube site. I guess people were liking to see that, but as I said, I was off last week because my cousin was getting married. It was a lovely ceremony. It was great to see everybody. Some people who didn't know I did this and were kind of curious. In fact, one of my cousins, who I believe left a comment on the Majora's Mask finale we did, and also great seeing everybody as was. But yeah, we are back to the show, and for tonight's show, I'm going back to another Sega arcade racing game, and I think based on the tech I have tonight, I don't think we're going to have the audio problems we've had when we've done Daytona, USA down there, and we did Outrun last month. I'm sorry again that happened when we did both of those. They will be cases we can come back to them. We can come back to them tonight if you want to see it, but the focus of tonight is going to be on the viewer quest for September. That's going to be a game that was on the Quest of Electverse. You can see in the background what it is. You're not seeing it on the screen, though, because you actually have to use a collection, or sort of a collection, to show this. Tonight, on his request, we are playing Super Hang-On, Sega Arcade Racer, released on April 4th of 1987. Came out in the arcades as a sequel to 1985's Hang-On, which we have shown that one on the show before. It was published by Sega and developed by Studio 128, the team that was formed after Outrun was made, and they made that along with Afterburners 1 and 2 and Power Drift. The company was focusing on Taikon games. Basically, that's Japanese for bodily simulation, the idea of games where it kind of was a bit of an amusement, early case of that as far as arcade gaming, where Hang-On, the original one, you're on a bike. Hang-On's sequel here, Super Hang-On's that case. And of course, you're driving the Ferrari in Outrun, and a couple other games as well. And you had the rotating cabinets of stuff of Afterburner, sort of, kind of, and things like that. This one was programmed by Akira Ohei, who was the programmer on other Sega games, including Clockwork Knight 2 for the Sega Saturn, the arcade game based on Jurassic Park from 1994 that Sega made, and was technical director on Neon Genesis Evangelion for the Sega Saturn, which came out in 1996, and also Advanced World War Sennen Teikoku no Kobo, Last of the Millennium. Also was programmed by Tadashi Kagawa, who did programming on Outrun, which we played last month, as well as Cyber Police E-SWAT, I believe it was the arcade version specifically on that one, as well as Bonanza Brothers, Le Mans 24, Decathlete on Sega Saturn, and one I found very interesting, I was looking at my research on this one, Dragon Ball Z VR Versus. I'll have a picture of what this is. It's an arcade game from 1994. It kind of was a stand-up machine where you use punches and kicks to fight as Goku as far as Dragon Ball Z. It was a really interesting case, and until I was doing my notes recently, I didn't know this game existed and he was involved in it. It basically is like a punch-out game of sorts, and going to the idea of, the physical experience of going to an arcade and having a machine where you're kind of doing things and it's impacting the game. As far as this game goes, though, we're going to be playing it not through the arcade, because I have to be emulating it via MAME, but there have been a lot of versions of Super Hang-On. I'll say in a sec which one we're using, and I think you can see in the little group I have here for Xbox Series X, which we're running this through, what we're going to be using. But this was a big hit for Sega as well, like Outrun, and our regular Hang-On, I should say. This got ported to the ZX Spectrum, the Amstrad CPC, the Commodore 64, the Amiga, the Atari ST, the Apple Macintosh, the Sharp X68000, MS-DOS, of course. And it was on Sega Genesis, which actually have a reason to feasibly show as well going down the road, because it has an original mode where you can upgrade your bikes. And I do have it within the Sega Genesis Mini 2 mini console. There's also in Game Boy Advance in the Sega Arcade Gallery. It was on the Wii Virtual Console where you can no longer purchase it. It's also in another place you can't purchase it on this console and on PS3 and 360 by extension. That was in the Sega Vintage Collection, Alex Kidd and Company, which had Alex Kidd, The Lost Stars, I believe, which is the first one, Revenge of Shinobi, and this. It got pulled off because of licensing aspect we're going to get into a little bit with this one. And also, perhaps its best version that you can't have anymore, fortunately, that is 3D Super Hang-On for 3DS that was ported by M2. They never did a console take on that, which I was very surprised they didn't. But that being said, they ported it in other places. They ported it in Fist of the North Star, Lost Paradise for the PlayStation 4, and a couple of the Yakuza, or Like a Dragon games, including Yakuza 0, where a couple months ago when we showed Daytona USA, I was like, where in Yakuza 0 can you get this thing? In fact, before we start, I'm going to go into my captures. If you go over to this right here, go into my recent captures, go down to show all, because I have a couple of these for Xbox Series X on the console. It's right here. Because when we went into the arcade that I found it in, or was saying like, hey, it's here for Yakuza 0, there's the arcade worker, Luca. You get into a challenge with her playing Outrun, and you actually have to beat her high score. In fact, it was something the Crochet Nerd 64 is a big one onto the Outrun. Oh, fine, he's played Outrun now because he loves the Yakuza games. You have to get 3 million points, and I believe 5 million points, and basically says like, come back tomorrow, I'll have something that's gonna rock your world. And between you and me, I've been dying to do it myself. I'm so into it, I bet you'd be amazing at it with the heart emoji. And to that, Kazuma Kiryu, the main character of the Yakuza games, is saying, wait a second, this is something sexual. And you do get a close-up on his erection when that happens, as far as for initially saying it, but he says, like, we're talking about sex, right? Because the Yakuza games are mature rated, and they don't necessarily shy away from that idea of it. It's not like the PS2 version of the original, where they completely made it more vulgar than it was even for the Japanese release. But by that, she meant, oh, I talked to the arcade owner and he said, hey, we'll take one of the Outrun machines here, we'll replace it with the Super Hang-On machines. This is the only action I'll be getting tonight. Yeah, but we're going to be glad as far as getting that racing action, because that's what it's looking like. That's how you unlock it in Yakuza 0. But I said, you know what? We need a better way to do this. So, and actually also because of another thing I'll say, specifically, we're going to be using Yakuza 6, The Song of Life. This came out in, I have the notes as far as when this one in particular came out, I believe. This came out in, maybe I didn't take down those notes. This is, per the name, the 6th game in the Yakuza or the Like a Dragon franchise from Ryu Gogata Studios, the company formerly known as Amusement Vision, who worked on Super Monkey Ball, F-Zero GX, F-Zero AX, and the Dreamcast version of Daytona USA, the Daytona USA 2001 edition specifically. For the purpose of this, Yakuza 6 here, which is on PlayStation 4, it's by extension on PlayStation 5, and it's downloadable only on PC and on Xbox One, but if you do run it through Xbox Series X or so, so hit the guide button. FPS boost. This game runs at a 60 frames per second if you run it on the Xbox Series X. It might if you run it, the PS4 version on the PlayStation 5 Pro when that $700 unit comes out in a few months. We could talk about that, that's for sure. But I'm using that because in this game, you're going to lock a bunch of Sega arcade games in it. Fine, that's the replays of stuff with story. But if you go into 2-player versus minigames, there's Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown and Puyo Puyo. But if you go in the main game, and I have a save slot for Chapter 1, The Price of Freedom, for this one, yeah, Kazuma can go to drink, but don't drink too much, otherwise you're going to have trouble walking. Yeah, because you do get drunk. But like Shenmue, which also has aspects of Sega arcade games, but not this game, you can go in the arcades here, and you can play this game. This is how we're going to be playing it. Maybe I'm going to ask around the area at Sky Finance. I say, like, fuck no, we're going to be going here and we're playing Sega arcade games at Club Sega. So we did show this when we played Daytona USA a few months ago. Where you can play Outrun, you can play Space Harrier. We'll get to Super Hang-On in a second. You can also play darts up there, and you can also play Fantasy Zone. But here we are at Club Sega. Say hello. Hello and welcome to Sega. We have lots of retro arcade games you'd enjoy. Yes, we do, but the only one that matters tonight for us, unless chat you want to see other ones as we go along, is Super Hang-On. In fact, here it is. How do I first person? I don't know if you can first person in this game. Fine, I guess you can't, but all right. Oh, no, you can. Press in the right analog stick. So here's the machine. This is Super Hang-On from 1987. You can play it in this game, and the reason I picked this over Yakuza 0 as far as showing it is because while the machine's the A button, you can choose to play. Put in 100 yen. You have very easy. He's like, yeah, well, maybe I shouldn't play it. We will play it, don't worry. You have easy, and you also have normal. The reason I selected this is because I said I want to show off the endings of all 4 of the continents you go to. So I said, okay, fine. I'm going to use this version because we could select difficulty, but I will show off starting on normal, and they give you a little bit of a help on how to play this game if you're not familiar. An arcade motorcycle racing game, we have 4 courses separated by difficulty of Africa, Asia, America, and Europe. In that order, they are the most difficult. Africa is 6 levels, Asia is 10, Americas are 14, and Europe is 18. You do have a case where, as they're saying here, press the Y button to insert credits on the screen, go to the goal, and keep going. If you run out of time, it is game over, and you can enter your name when you either get to the goal or end and run out of time. Yeah, this is it. We will be playing it. In fact, we're going to start playing it right now. We're going to start on normal. This will be easy. Well, I've been practicing this game, although, actually, because I've been out of cases, I was practicing on 3DS specifically. And they do give you a control map if you're not familiar on how to play it. Unfortunately, outside of the Xbox system's custom button mapping, you can't change this. But the way it runs, you can use D-pad or you can use left analog stick for steering. You can hit X for the turbo when you get up to a specific speed, as well as braking on A button and B for accelerating. Inserting credit on the Y button, or the way I like to play it, which is use the left triggers and right triggers. Left trigger for brake, and right trigger for accelerate, and right bumper for using the turbo. And switch screens, I'll show you what that is in just a second. So here it is. This is Super Hang-On. Definitely taking me back a little bit, although honestly, my experience with Super Hang-On is not as storied as some of the other Sega arcade games we've talked about, particularly the racing stuff. Because I played Outrun growing up, I played Daytona USA growing up. I actually did not play this one until the 3DS version came out. But it was always one I was curious about. I played Hang-On normal because it was in Shenmue. And the reason, by the way, it's not in any of the Shenmue games is because it would not be on point with the time period. Because the Shenmue games are set in 1986 and 1987, respectively. And I believe also in the case of Shenmue 2, it would not be April 4th unless you really play that game out. And it's not like they swap it out. So that had Hang-On normal, so I played that. But then when I found this one, I said, hey, you know, this game is really fun. They do add a bit more because you have more levels. Unlike regular Hang-On, you only had about 5 levels to go through. That's always the same case of it. But in this case, you can select a continent to play on. And you've seen a little bit in the track mode how to go, and the nice insert coins there. You just drive down the road with your bike, and when you get your speed up to 280 kilometers per hour, you can hit the turbo boost. And you can basically hold that to keep your speed going way past your normal speed, but you got to be careful because if you crash into anything on the side of the road, you're going to be crashing and running out of time. Although unlike regular Hang-On, you also do have different crash animations, and they do actually have a quicker or slower recovery time to them, and they are based on your speed. So if you're in a case like, hey, you're going to crash, if you can slow down really quickly and get into the best animation, which is basically sliding the bike specifically with you not being thrown off, you'll be fine, feasibly. But it's also something, yeah, if you crash too much, you're not going to get far. So it's like a lot of the Sega arcade racing games as it is. And you just see the nice super scaling technology they were using. And even the Sega Genesis version, as I mentioned, is something that they give you extra mode to play, but they also give you a great case of being able to upgrade the bikes as far as that, and it runs pretty decently. And that 3DS version is also really cool. Unfortunately, without pirating it, you can't play it anymore unless you already bought it. But it also has world mode, which basically what that does is it takes all of the courses, all the 48 courses of this game, and puts them into one continuous run. It's pretty hard, even if you put the difficulty down, because actually the difficulty options in that one alternatively make the game easier and harder than a normal way of play. Because actually the easiest mode in that removes any bike collisions, but if you, but as far as the timer is actually more strict. So in that case, that's the idea. This is what we're going to be looking like. So let's get ourselves started specifically. Although before I do, I'll mention one other thing, and I'll also mention other stuff as far as the stuff they removed, because you're seeing like billboards around. There are things that were licensed when this game initially came out, including stuff for advertisements for Bridgestone, CB, RK Takasago, NGK Spark plugs, Elf, Crush, whatever that is, Chain Integration Riders, Spot, RS Taichi. Some of those things are actually real, but then other ones are ones that are still in there. And also pictures of Marilyn Monroe, which, by the way, when I was talking last month, was I like, hey, what was that thing with Shinobi? There are pictures of Marilyn Monroe in the arcade version of Shinobi. I think that might be why the Switch version was delisted, but then again, I think the Xbox 360 version that is backwards compatible with this console right here does still have it. So I don't know why they took that one off, or maybe they changed it, because usually they have to change it. So in this case, it's a nondescript woman. We can pretend it's Marilyn Monroe for sure. And fine, Birdland, that is something that's shared across everything. But yeah, that's the slide. If you are going slow enough, you crash that way, you get on the bike quicker. So actually, you do have cases where it doesn't take as long as before. But in this case, we're going to put a credit in. And you have a select your class by moving left and right and hitting the brake, or basically anything. Go beginner, junior, expert, senior. We're going to run in order. I'm going to go beginner. And you have option of music to ride to, including Outrider Crisis, Sprinter, Winning Run, and Hard Road. I'm starting on Outrider Crisis. Here we go. I also talk about who did this music upon game over or upon beating this. Basically, all you do is drive down the road. It is a lot of fun. And then as you hit to 280 kilometers, it starts flashing. In that case, you have to cheat when you hit the right bumper. You do have to kind of feather it a little bit because, yeah, you have to make turns. It's a case where you're not going to necessarily know how they are coming up, but you'll see the arrows on the side of the road telling you, hey, turn here, specifically. And if you do crash into the bikes, they'll knock you off, and sometimes they'll knock you off into the sides. So it's basically, don't touch the sides, pretty much. So if you're familiar with the board game Operation, that might be the idea. Or if you're familiar with Hang On Original, or later on, one of my favorite racing games I keep talking about and never have gotten a chance to show, or decided how we're going to show this and when, Project Gotham Racing, which I do want to show at some point because I have every single one of them. And I got to figure like what scope of that going to look like, how much of unlocks can I do or should I do for those to show as much as I can with them. Because I don't know necessarily how to let's play those, but this one is pretty easy. It's like, hey, go through everything. And like with Outrun and like with Daytona USA and Hang On itself, as far as the original, it's that great compulsive game where it's like, hey, you keep going along, you keep feasibly getting better each time as you go, but it's also something that, yeah, you do have to bring your A game. And you do have the great music. I'll get into when I get game over about who did this music. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I know I first wanted to see this game. I did everything I could when we did Daytona USA to get here, and then I looked on the video backwards and said, oh no, it's the hissing audio thing. And then we did Outrun last month. It happened again. So it's like, okay, fine. At this point, I'm convinced it's the microphone. So the Samsung G-Track Pro, it was nice knowing you, but unless I have cases where I'm going to have guests on show, I cannot use it anymore. And if I do get in cases using that, I'm going to be unplugging that mic left and right. So it could be the case when we go in 2 weeks. I'm going to have to use that. And actually 2 weeks after that. And then as far as that, yeah, I'll have to figure that because I'm figuring other stuff as well. Because this is a good solo setup. It's the wireless ME. If you're wondering, like, what is this? Ow, crap. And now I don't think I'm going to get to the end because I crashed, but we'll see. Okay, just made it. Okay. Though I don't think with the amount of time I have or got from that I can possibly get to the end. Ow, crap. Yeah, especially not with that crash. But I said, what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try and at least beat this one on normal. And I also have enough money because you have to put in 100 yen to the machine. For each time you select the game, I don't think it charges you on separate plays. At least I don't think it does. Which I know Shenmue did, but all right, fine, I am out of time, so that's game over. And as one with stuff like this, if you have a high enough time, or fine, a good enough score, I should say, you only get time when you beat the course, so it's like Outrun that way. You gotta put your initials in. They do this great piece of music. In fact, I will sort of let it play specifically, so I'll go to SOG. I'll leave it that way, and then it'll put it in as it is. But yeah, I'll go into who did the music for this game. That was 2 names specifically. Katsuhiro Hayashi, who did the music for Quartet, Rambo First Blood Part 2 for the Sega Master System, which is also known as Secret Command, which is the non-licensed edition of the game. As well as Galaxy Force 2, Game Ground, and did sound programming, actually on a game we played before, Sailor Moon Another Story for the Super Famicom. Also involved was Koichi Namiki, who did the music for Thunderblade, the original, the arcade game, the actually pretty good version as it is. And I wish I had an arcade port of that I could show. The only one I got is on the 3DS in the Sega 3D Classics collection, which is awesome and made me realize, wait a second, Super Thunderblade on Genesis, God, this game sucks. It does, and then you play that one, like, hey, at least with Super Hang On, they brought it to the Genesis and it was pretty damn good. Super Thunderblade, no, absolutely not. But Namiki did music for Thunderblade, Super Monaco GP, Bonanza Brothers, and was sound creator on Virtua Open Tennis on Sega Saturn and Transformers Beast Wars Transmetals on the PlayStation, which is also on Nintendo 64. It's seen as a game that's not very good, a fighting game with the Beast Wars. But there's also the Beast Wars game from the people who made Medieval on PlayStation. We should show those at some point. But yeah, that's where you get these, nice ditties. And also going back to the Quartet case, that was the Sega Master System of version of Quartet because there was an arcade port of that as well. But I've never played it all. I believe that the Judgment games, which are tangentially connected to Yakuza Like a Dragon, I believe it's Lost Judgment. There's actually a lot of Sega Master System games that are in it. I don't remember if Quartet's one of them. I'll have a link below because I know Time Extension did a piece on this saying, hey, you're buying this, what are all the Sega Master System games that are in that? It might be on there. If it is, feasibly also say, oh, by the way, it's there, it's in this one. So that'll also give us a reason to play it, and feasibly me a reason to buy it, because I was saying this to the Crochet Nerd 64 yesterday and to other people as well who are big into Yakuza Like a Dragon. Fine, they're interchangeable, but it's called the Like a Dragon franchise now. I love it feasibly for the reasons that maybe you shouldn't, which is fine. I like them because, fine, the PS2 game, the original one, they remade it, and it's great as far as Yakuza Kiwami. It's not a case where, oh yeah, they just aped off of Shenmue, didn't do it as well. The new ones, they absolutely got a handle on what they were doing, and it turns into a game a lot like Shenmue, and one that definitely got a lot of attention to people, and has great storytelling for sure, and a lot of challenges and a lot of variety of things you could do outside of fighting and things like that. But in my case, I'm also seeing, hey, this is a way to A, get games re-released that never been re-released before, but also getting people a case of, hey, I love my old Sega arcade stuff or Sega Master. Fine. My Sega Master System experience is limited, as I've mentioned before, but even in cases like that, get them to say, hey, you know, you should play these games. And then they come into this, and then the Crochet Nerd 64 says, I gotta get trophies and get platinum trophies on everything. And then you realize, oh, wait a minute, you have to play these games in order to get the full platinum experience, so he has to play these games, so Sega is forcing him to do it. But he then admittedly says, like, hey, you know, these are fun games, but actually, the challenge in Yakuza 0 for Outrun, he was like, my God, I don't think I can do that. In fact, he said that on this very show, and then time later, he was able to actually do it. I was like, I knew he could do it. Yeah, you just keep playing a game like this enough, you'll get better at it, which is what we've always said. We said that with Outrun, and it's definitely the case with this one. But fine, let's try beginner again. I'm gonna try a different piece of music though, run Sprinter. And we'll listen to all the music for sure. So yeah, in that case, they were pulling on out of Outrun again. Hello everyone, hello Dollyfin. So good to see you tonight for our return after a week off last week. Super Bowl Game Saturday, so good to see you tonight. We're playing Super Hang-On, Sega. I'm using Yakuza 6, the Song of Life to play this. We're going down the Africa stages, or the Africa challenge of this game, with the tune of Sprinter. So good to see you tonight. Hope you've been doing well, and feel free to let memories flow on Super Hang-On, other Sega arcade racing games, and for that matter, also, if the sounds goes bad again the way it did when we did Outrun a month ago, which, by the way, it's worth pointing out, I'll say this. Again, we'll do those games again, that one in Daytona, USA, because I feel really bad, especially because of Outrun, because that was another viewer request. It was Electra's case on that one, same like with this one. But I also said, you know, we'll do it again, but I think, the other thing you said to me after the show, you said, hey, I want to be in when we do Outrun again. But yeah, wish granted, no question. I'll have other cases to do that as is the case. But yeah, feel free to go in memories on this one or other cases of racing, especially bike racing, I guess. Actually, now that I think about it, I think this and regular Hang-On, I think are the only bike racing games we played, unless I'm forgetting one. Whoa! Oh, fine, and Enduro Racer. Oh, no, not Enduro Racer. Fine, there's an advertisement for Enduro Racer on the side of the road in this one. It's the one that's in Like a Dragon Gaiden. Moto Raid. That was it, Moto Raid. But okay, fine, that's the case. Yeah, it is a fun time as far as it. We're running on normal to start, but there are cabinet versions that are of easy and very easy, and I'm going to use those to show the endings at the least. But yeah, we'll keep going. I'll try to see if I can at least get through Africa on normal. I hope so. I'm practicing with the 3DS version mainly more than this one, but they're the same, really, as far as how the game's play. Although that 3DS version does have some interesting stuff that's not in this, including an option for a tilting cabinet, just like the arcade version did, where basically you're on the bike and you're steering. It's kind of giving you that perspective of actually doing the riding of the bike in the way that a lot of these games tended to want to do, or try to grab, okay, that's on the outside line, and there's a checkpoint. But if I can get through to the next one, because it's 7 stages for Africa, not too bad feasibly, but I gotta see if we can hold on. You hear this great music. I do love Sprinter. Although Outrider Crisis is probably the one I like the most, only because it's the first one on the list, and every time I play, I was like, fine. I just like that one, or fine. It's one of my college roommates once said about stuff like that. Sometimes, like, that's all you need. It's like, well, okay, maybe in some cases, yes, but like, as far as this one, this game has other great music too. Whoa, it just made it. Crap. And it also had 3D on 3DS, as is one the case, and oh my god, it was amazing because M2 knew how to do 3D on 3DS. There's no company that knew how to do 3DS better than them, except maybe Nintendo. Well, fine, yeah, Nintendo as well on that console. Oh, crap. Oh, fine, no, it's only 6 levels, so yeah, if I can get to the end of this one. You know what, I think on the back of this, I'm gonna keep playing until I can get to the end on normal for Africa. And then I'll feasibly show the other difficulties, because there's other bikes you could show off as far as this, but yeah, that's game over. But either way, we can do it again. And I have done it before, although it's worth pointing out, actually the scores that are up here, they do collect the scores from actually all the machines in this, because there's the machine variances of very easy, easy, and hard. No, very easy, easy, and normal. There's not a hard one. And I don't know if this is a case where there are specific dip switches on this board when it was in the arcade. They changed stuff with it. There had to have been, but as far as what they were, okay, fine, I was wrong. You do have to pay 100 yen each play, but that's fine. I went and got tons of money as far as this game before we did this. I basically went around and just fought every single random encounter that can go out. Oh, fine, everyone that gave me money. Because in Yakuza world, whenever you go out into the streets, there'll be people who feasibly walk around like thugs, and you basically get into a fight with them, and then you just beat the everything hell out of them, and then sometimes they'll drop money, sometimes they won't. But okay, so I think it's if you do really well with your combat. Which in these modern Yakuza games in particular, they're really, really good. Go back to the original on the PS2, it was horrible. But good news is they did it better. I think maybe somebody heard me and said like, yeah, you know what? If we were doing this, we damn well better have the combat better than Shenmue. It's fine. Yakuza was aping off of Shenmue to start, and then they really found their groove. And unlike Shenmue, I hate to say this, these games sold. But then they became really, really good as far as the combat, so in that case, I never really resented. Fine, I used to resent Yakuza for that very reason. But it was the PS2 one. Then I played Kiwami, which is the remake of that one. I realized, okay, yeah, they cleaned this game up immensely. So much so that it's actually coming to the Switch next month. Yakuza Kiwami is coming out on October 24th. I believe it's going to be digital only on the Switch like it is on PC and like it is on the Xbox One. Hopefully it'll run well. I don't know. I mean, it is very late to the party because Switch is feasibly almost done, but there's still stuff coming out for it, including next year. Even stuff that's been delayed into next year, like Fantasy Life I, the Tales of the Shire, the Lord of the Rings game, actually just got delayed to next year. They said we'll unveil the new date when we have a stream about that in like a week. And other big stuff like Metro Prime 4 Beyond, and I guess Pokemon Legends Z-A. Fine, to follow up on the show I recorded over a month ago that you saw last week, as far as on the YouTube site, they didn't announce anything more on Pokemon Legends Z-A, and I don't know if we're going to see anything about that at the Tokyo Game Show in a few weeks. But that's supposed to come out next year. I guess it's coming out on the Switch, so Nintendo said when they unveiled it earlier this year, yeah, it's been kind of radio silent for a while. And then also, when do we see their new system? When do they announce that? And do they necessarily try to take advantage of the fact that Sony came out announcing the PlayStation 5 Pro, basically the refresh of sorts with it with extra tech, is going to make games look and run better, but then people saw the price and saw, wait a second, this is a $700 unit. It's also a case where it does not come with a disc drive, so you have to pay $80 for that, and they're already being scalped, so you're going to be paying way more than that. And it doesn't come with the stand, which is $30, so if you want full way, you're paying over $800 for that thing. And it's not technically a new system, so fine, people are saying, like, is this Sony having their Xbox One moment feasibly? Which is ironic considering all the things they railed against when it came to Xbox One back in the day, things they've done now. They're mad saying, oh yeah, we're not going to make you ever register the disc drive online in order to use it. They did that with PlayStation 5. We're not going to restrict game sales. Well, okay, fine, they're not doing that, but it's also something that, hey, you know, it's something that a lot of what they kind of were saying, like, yeah, fine. They used it to win that console war. They did. They won this current one, PS5 normal, by a landslide, and I got to the goal on normal, so awesome. I'll take that. And like with Outrun, you do get an ending, so yeah, here we go. We're giving the peace sign. So, in the words of John Lennon in the song I've Seen All Good People by Yes, all we are saying is give peace a chance. In Africa, I'm realizing, and we're blessing the range down here with our victory. Oh, fine. I've gotten through with a higher score, and with fine, time though is faster. So there you go. So I was able to beat one. I'll see what I can do just on all of them before I go down. Because like, I do want to put some skill into this, or try to put some time and skill into this one as is. There we go. They do get that case, and yeah, it is looking nice. And you only have 6 stages here specifically, so it does make it a little easier, but it is also something that, yeah, you do have to bring your game to it, and this is not an easy game. And I'm not as familiar with this one as other cases, but it is something that I've been playing that 3DS version for some time since I've had it. And getting ready for the show, I've definitely had a lot of fun doing that. All right, let's put another coin in. Let's take a look at the next continent. That is Junior continent. That is Asia, and actually it's Australia as well. So as we heard, Sprinter. We did your winning run. Let's do hard red. And you're seeing up there the S and G, that start and goals. They give you the map on the interface this time. They did not do that for Hang On Original. In that case, you basically had to beat, or fine, you get a game over either by completing the course, which I've actually never done, or make a case where you just run out of time. And so it's like, okay, how far did you get? Kind of like Outrun, actually. I mean, I guess we'll see when we get to Shenmue. Can I feasibly beat that game in one shot? We'll see, because feasibly, we're going to show it off in that. When we get to Shenmue, I'm showing that whole game, no question. That does mean we're going to spend some time in the U Arcade and Dobuita. So it does mean showing normal Outrun and showing off more on Space Harrier. And also darts and... Fine, darts, QTE title, Excite QTE. Actually, both versions of darts, because there's 2 versions of darts in Shenmue 1. And then, fine, I guess also we listen to music in the jukebox. And some of them are actually of, not of anything from this. Actually, I don't know if Shenmue 2, oh shit, crap. By the way, despite what it looked like, I did not hit onto the side of the goal, or find the checkpoint, because actually you just drive right through it. There actually was a, like a spotlight there. And there's AB. Yeah, it's for Afterburner here, but it was licensed material in the original arcade game. So yeah, they did have to cut those out for the purpose of porting this. And same with those signs that say Outrun now. They did not say that originally. Whoa, oh, that was lucky. I'm also gonna look back on the video and say, wait a second, did I just, did I not hit that, or how'd that look? Sometimes those close calls, I do love those, but yeah, whoa. The thing is, yeah, you can't necessarily abuse the turbo boost. Because you want to use that when you can, but it's also the case that, yeah, when you do that, you have to kind of feasibly stop when you're doing a turn, or fine, be careful when doing a turn, because, yeah, if you go too far, you're going to crash into something specifically. What happens when you hit someone else? Okay, what happens when you hit someone else is, I will show that. You bounce off of them, but they also kind of spin out. So, when you're going really fast, oftentimes, as you have the pictures of not Marilyn Monroe, they were Marilyn Monroe in the original game, I believe they've been changed. And Shinobi in the arcade had that. So what happens when you bounce into another biker? You bounce off, and depending on how it is, you did see also the detail they added to this one that Outrun original, or no, Outrun didn't have this anyway. Fine, you had you crashing into other cars, but in Hang On, I should say. They're spinning out sort of when you hit them, so they do kind of slow down in this one more than they did in Hang On original. Yeah, at least you don't have to start all over. Well, actually, I do. Well, fine. Fine, we'll alternate across this. Are you saying starting over when you hit, oh, you mean when you hit them? Okay, fine. When you get a game over, you do have to start over. But when you hit them, you don't. So that's a good point. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. All right, so, all right, thank you for asking that, because actually there is difference. When you're going really fast, you do want to avoid hitting them, because usually the idea is that the impact from you bouncing into them will usually knock you back, and it means that you'll be at more of a risk to feasibly get knocked off the course and feasibly into a tree or something. It's worth pointing out, thank you for bringing that up for another reason. As you see, steak crap, I crashed into steak. They said cow in the arcade version. I don't know if they say steak here, but the point is they're the same. But, yes, I think they said cow in the arcade version. I basically did a compare and contrast, watching the entire, basically a long play of the arcade version side by side against this one. Seeing what did they change with the licensing. I wanted to get that on the record as far as it, because I don't know if anybody else has necessarily went to that degree of it. But thank you for bringing it up for a couple reasons. One, because they do change it over how Hang On did it, because this is the sequel to Hang On. But also because the 3DS version, 3D Super Hang-On, which is unfortunately no longer available. And they didn't do a modern, like Sega Ages equivalent of it on Switch the way they did with Outrun or Space Harrier or Fantasy Zone of what's in arcade in this game. Because in that one, what happens is you have difficulty options too. And when you put it on the lowest difficulty, as I was able to feasibly avoid crashing into that, in that version, when you put it on very easy or its easiest difficulty, you actually do not have bike collision. So you drive through the bikes and they don't do anything. This version, you do have it, even if you go down on just very easy, which I found very fascinating, because I played a lot of the 3DS version because I was out a bit of time. And when I had downtime, I also did practice this as it was when I was out last week. But I actually did realize when I did that wait, they're kind of changing aspects of the difficulty, although the other interesting thing I found is that 3DS version, you have options to increase the amount of time you get from a checkpoint, but it's actually not as much, even at its lowest setting, as this game is, as I get myself tossed. And they do go past. And one other thing also to mention, as I'll get another game over, but I'm going to try on normal once more and see how far we get. And I'll go down to the other machines to show the difference, because I think in that case it's also worth showing difference about what they do for this. And that is... where's I going with that? Yeah, the difficulty as far as the way the game was going, or the differences between that, which I was kind of surprised that they were as different as they were. But when you, on the 3DS version, when you have more time, you get more time from a checkpoint when you're on the easy mode of this one than you do on 3DS, which is kind of a surprise. I'd have thought they'd be equivalent, but apparently they aren't. All right, so you have to get going sprinting, or sprinting to sprinter. All right, okay, now I remember what I was gonna say. Why do you pass the bikes at all? So, and those Fantasy Zone billboards, by the way, they said Bridgestone in the original arcade game. They do not here, because otherwise they have to pay Bridgestone, Firestone for the licensing costs, and fine. If they are going to not, if they don't have to do that, I know companies, including Sega, are not going to do that, because that means, again, they feasibly would be in a better case when it comes to, relicensing for it, which is the case, of course, with Lollipop Chainsaw Repop, which, from my understanding, is a fucking disaster area. I hate to say that, because it just came out yesterday, and people saying, oh my god, this thing is buggy as hell, and it's probably going to drive up the price of the 360 and PS3 games. And feasibly, we have to show that version because of the licensed content that's in the 360 and PS3 versions of Lollipop Chainsaw. But fine, bike things crashing into other racers, point of them. Yeah, so thank you, Dollyvin, for asking a question on aspects of what happens when you crash into them. Like, hey, you're not going to lose the race instantly if you crash into them. But also because, why bother passing them? You could feasibly say, hey, wait a minute, you know what, I'm going to just feasibly just avoid them. Well, fine, if you do pass them, you get 30,000 points each pass. Fine, because I passed one, I passed another one, the score is going up a bit. You actually do get a little bit of a noise in Hang On regular, but this one you don't, which is weird. I don't know why they don't do that, but either way, that's the idea. So it does give you, fine, so it is worth going into this, because fine, it is a simple arcade game, but as I said, there is, like with Outrun, there's definitely some depth here because of the courses you can take as far as that boost, though. That boost makes things really interesting. Because the idea, it is a risk reward, because the idea like, hey, to get to the next checkpoint, you have a nice advantage when you get up to 280 kilometers per hour, and then your speedometer will flash, and that means you can use the turbo afterwards. But it's also the case that, yeah, you gotta manage it, otherwise you might be finding yourself crashing and losing more time. So it's basically, fine, I wasn't even using it there, but I did crash into that. So it does really make you have to sit down and think, say, okay, if I'm gonna win, what risks do I have to take? Okay, there's an interesting case as far as like me being in mid-crash as there's the bike falling down. We go, no. But yeah, the bike guy here will be fine. But fine, that's a nice action shot there specifically. That might also be something for the thumbnail when I do the edit for this on the YouTube site later next week. That perspective, or maybe the case of, I'm Super Outrun Racer. You may wonder how I got myself into this situation. Well, it's a long story. Well, we can tell, but we can still tell it. Okay, I'm gonna try once more on Junior, and then we'll go down to other ones. Let's pull out Winning Run. But yeah, as I said, that's the interesting thing I think about So, okay, let me think about this. As far as the racing games we play on the show, a lot of Sega ones. We played Daytona USA. We played this before, sort of, kind of. We played Outrun. We played Motorade, sorta. We played Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed, which is a weird one because I actually had the more modern mic equipment. I didn't remember to turn it on, so that's why that one sounded weird. I think I mentioned that when I edited that. We did F-Zero X. Actually, I guess I was going to say, what racing games we played where you really have to think about what's your strategy when it comes to winning races? I mean, you have to really in all of them to get a sense like, okay, what am I going to do as far as my choices of where to go, where to turn, where to brake, where to accelerate, and all that. But I think the ones I think that really maybe have the highest level of that, I guess would be Sonic All-Stars Transformed, this, and F-Zero X to certain degrees, but that's not to say necessarily that the other ones don't. And fine, I guess, well, Motorade, we had cases as far as knocking people off bikes for that one. There's almost like a modern take on this, which I guess goes to one thing, which we'll talk about, which is Hang On as a series. It's fine. There's Hang On, the regular one. There's Outrun saying like, yeah, don't ignore me. It's like we didn't ignore you. We gave you a full show. We gave you another full show because of technical problems. But like where this went, because there's Hang On and Super Hang On. So then what happened next? With one exception, I think Sega kind of went away from it. Really. At least I think so. Fine. They ported this game and they ported Hang On as it was places. But there was it Outrun? No, not, well, there were the modern Outrun games, but I'm saying Hang On GP, that was on Sega Saturn. I don't remember, though, if that was something that they rebranded into something, or from something else into that. I don't think it is. That's the only other case where I'm saying, like, hey, you know, there's like another Hang On game. I keep saying Outrun, but fine. Hang On game. I think it's really these three. Although I know Sega did do other stuff with biking. I said Motorade, which was an arcade game of theirs from 1997. If you have Yakuza, if you have Like a Dragon Guide and the man who erased his name, it's in that. I believe it's in Lost Judgment. And fine, there is one other one, which actually, this has not been ported yet. I do have it on Sega Saturn, so I can definitely show this, and I do want to show this at some point, which is Manx TT Superbike. So, which kind of has aspects of Hang On a little bit, but it's a case where, fine, as far as the name Hang On, oh, that was lucky, me just barely getting there. Okay, and I think after this one, I'm going to put it down to easy as far as the easy machines, so it's like, hey, let's show the end of that one, all the other ones. See how far I can get, if I can get past any of them on anything that's not very easy. I think the last one we're going to have to use very easy on, though. That being said, I do want to show all the endings. We go the whole way, as is. But yeah, I think then Sega just said, like, fine, we're just going to not use the name of Hang On, which I guess kind of surprising, considering that these seemed like they were pretty big hits for them. Not quite to the Outrun case, no, but still stuff that people remember them. And got ported a bunch of places, and people seem to like the ports. As far as this one, I've understood most of the ports tend to be pretty well received on this. It's not like Outrun where you had the Amstrad CPC version. This one, from my understanding, is actually a bit better, I believe. Let's see, where's G? Okay, by the way, if you do want to exit the game, well, fine, a couple things. You hit the left bumper, you can go to widescreen. This was not redone for widescreen view the way that the 3DS version was. So it fills the whole screen out, but it's not technically in the right aspect ratio. You also have the cabinet view like this, where those speakers with the CRT filter, or you have the 4x3 with the CRT filter, or the 16:9. Yeah, because it'll look like that or that. I'm going to keep it that way. But if you hit the back button, you can exit game, and we're going to do that because we're going to move down the road to the other machine. And you do get experience points doing this, as we're hearing aspects of, the Dojima, which is, the Yakuza families specifically. But yeah, because here is Kazuma Kiryu. Yeah, nice close-up. Say hi to the audience, Kazuma. Yeah, maybe you can ask around the area of Sky Finance. No, we're not going to Sky Finance yet, sorry. We have more important things to do. Fine, it's like Shenmue, which is the case that we have to search around to find sailors in Dobuita. We'll do that in only 3 months, specifically, but as far as starting it. But yeah, we got something more important to do. We're playing Super Hang On. that being said, I'm going to change the view to, yeah, the old arcade view, because why not? The same deal. In this case, actually, I guess feasibly this is also pixel perfect mode, if you really want to put it that way. Which this is the original aspect ratio. Fine. 4:3 is the original aspect ratio of the game. I'll do hard road. But fine, because it was scaled this way as far as the smaller screen. As you know, we can also show the other views as far as the CRT view, but fine. When we went in the arcade and played it, this is what it looked like. The only thing that's missing is something that, as I mentioned earlier, the 3DS version had, and that was tilting cabinet view. So basically you have it tilt as you go, and on 3DS you also can use the motion controls if you so desired. Which is why it shocks me, and it's disappointing there's not a Arcade Archives Switch release of this. They feasibly would have added that. Yeah, because they did tons of those Sega Ages releases on Switch, but not this one. And this is not, even with the thing with Marilyn Monroe that they had to take out, I don't think they had to find, and the license stuff they took out of this one anyway. I don't know, and they took out of the 3DS version. I don't know if there's anything that like, oh no, they would say like, oh, we can't release this. Or, I don't know if they didn't, I think they did well, because they did a ton of them. I mean, I mentioned that when we did Outrunners. They did a couple of those Sega Ages games. Fine, we've shown one outside of that. We showed Columns 2, they did tons of these. So, but they just kind of stopped. I mean, maybe we can get other cases of it, but I think at this point, honestly, I'll say this. I think Sega does see right now when it comes to, I guess, their classic catalog, where enough of these Like a Dragon games seem to be the best way for them to bring them back. Which I'm not complaining about. I mean, because fine, we got games via that never got released to the home until then. I was saying in the Crusader 64 the other day, I was saying, hey, you know, these games are backdooring these Sega games I tell you are great, and basically because you want to go after every trophy in the game, you end up having to play all of them, and it's not even me saying, oh, I'm going to force you to play. It's like Sega's doing it for me. But in my case, I'm saying, like, fine, these are like backdooring Model 2, Model 3 Sega arcade emulation, and fine, even going back further, because Lost Judgment has Sega Master System games in it. And they put this into this Yakuza 0 and Fist of the North Star Lost to Paradise, which I guess, oh no, it's by the people who make Yakuza, but I don't know if, it's not, fine, it's not tied, it's tied to the manga series, Fist of the North Star. For that very reason, I kind of want to play it, because fine, it's a Fist of the North Star game, it's by Sega, it's by the people who made Yakuza, so like, it's supposed to play similarly. So, yeah, that sounds like a kind of interesting case to me. Feasibly the fitness boxing one. It was like, yeah, they did the fitness boxing case with Fist of the North Star, which I believe Edwack bought that one recently. So like, I haven't gotten time to play it, but it was something I was kind of curious about. And there's the Hatsune Miku game that came out, which fine, Sega releases those. Ow, woo. All right, fine, at least I did the slide, which does look actually really, really cool, but the good news is that when you do that slide, because it's going from a slower speed, it means you can recover quicker. All right, I don't think I'm going to get to the next checkpoint. Oh, just missed it. That was so close. I'm going to try once more. I'm going to show the other two, and then what I'll do is I will then go down very easy, because we could show off the endings. Because I always want to do that. I think, and fine, if I have to put the game down as far as its difficulty, that's the reason I picked this version specifically. I'll do it because I said, fine, I want to show off the full case of the game as much as I can. If there's feasibly an easier way for me to do that, I'll do it, but of course I put practice time into this game. Actually, I hit Y button for that. I'll go back to Outright Crisis. Basically just going around through the list as far as the music. I do love Outright Crisis. The song sounds so cool. With a kind of nice light drum beat, then like the synth song, and it starts picking up, and you go, like, yeah, it sounds like racing. Oh, guys, okay, fine. I'll even show you there. It's like, that was a case where, yeah, I bounced off the bike. I got bounced off to the side, but I was able to feasibly react quickly in order to avoid getting myself killed by, or fine, crashing into it. Fine, he lives. Because fine, we're in a helmet. It's not like the Outrun case, so fine. In Outrun, they're not wearing a helmet. If he's not wearing seatbelts either, unless you turn on the extra options that the 3DS and Switch versions offer like we did. But in this case, fine, he's wearing a helmet, so even if he gets a toss, he's gonna be okay, or great. Yeah, it is great to you know, avoid that, because sometimes that's where the excitement of a game like this can be, which is, whoa, being able to just avoid a crash or just avoid getting yourself into a case of it being bad for you. In this case, yeah, I'm going really, really fast. You see also the fire coming out of the back of the bike. Those are the kind of things that, yeah, I gotta be careful doing that. It's also worth pointing out, yeah, you do that kind of curve. I kind of did that on purpose, and I also just barely avoid hitting the lamppost doing that, because if you hit the brake while you're doing that, you do that slide and you kind of fishtail out further to the side against which you're turning. Or fine, in that case, or yeah, fine. Oh, fine, even when I just brake and do that. But in that case, I was going slow enough, so that kind of helps it. And yeah, in that case, yeah, the lean around as far as, you know, going down on the bike. So like, yeah, you basically do the lean so much, your knee is almost touching the road, but in that case, yeah, just avoiding it. So in that case, when you think about this kind of game, it's very well named, saying like, hang on. You do have to hang on as you go along those turns, but also the case that, hey, you want to feasibly keep it going faster so that you can keep everything going. And see the nice stuff with the backgrounds of the buildings. So like with Top Gear 2, okay, I either just hit that or it just took me as hitting it. I don't know. Again, I'll look back on the video on that. Like with Top Gear 2, we played that a few months ago. It's the case where the background's feasibly telling a little bit of a story, even though it's pretty basic. Like, hey, you know, we're just driving. And like with Top Gear 2, and 1 actually for that matter, the case is very smooth, although this is an arcade game. So in this case, that smoothness makes more sense. In cases where also when they brought this home, it actually was really, really cool. I mean, we do have a reason to show off Genesis Outrunners, well, basically Genesis Outrun, but also Genesis Super Hang-On, because it has a unique campaign mode. Basically, you power your bikes up. And I'm not going to be getting to the end of this, so I'll show off the other 2 courses. It will drop down to very easy and show off the rest of them. As far as going to the ending. Because the endings, like with Outrun, are actually pretty feasibly humorous, but also kind of surprising. But there we go. I sure hope also we're having better cases as far as the audio on this, but fine. Running the tech we ran a few weeks ago when we did Game Dev Tycoon, I think we should be good on this one. But watch, if this is the 3rd time in a row we have problems with this, yeah, I'm going to be mad about that. But as I said, I'll do what I always am saying we're doing. We'll show off the games in another context later down the road. Especially this one and well, Outrun, I should say. Because those are cases of viewer requests. So when those happen as far as viewer requests, I always feel bad. They don't always, but when they do, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, you asked for this and I don't want you to take the perspective that, hey, I screwed your play up because of the tech problems. Fine, which I didn't know when it was going on. Fine, if I knew they were going on as it was happening from my own end, which I can't because I'm not listening to the recording as I play, I feasibly would take action that way, so yeah, avoid that. But it seems that actually, yeah, until I had it again, we did Outrun last month, that other Sega Arcade show, as far as it with Daytona USA, that was the last time I had it. I was like, yeah, new Super Bowl Game Saturday Studio is going to help that. No, it didn't. Okay, I said that one. So I'm like, fine, isolate problem. Fine, nothing else is giving you, whoa, okay, just missed crashing in. But yeah, we're in America, so yeah, we are in New York. You can tell it's New York because of the Statue of Liberty, also because this came out in 1987. Fine, you see the Empire's, yeah, I guess it's the Empire State Building. But also because it was 1987, you also do see the Twin Towers as far as how it is. Oh, fine, they're sort of there. Fine, they're there now kind of again with Freedom Tower as is. And now we're going into the rural area, I guess, I don't know, Iowa? Fine, it feasibly couldn't just be Iowa, but they're fine. There's a barn over there. It could feasibly be anywhere. Although America is a pretty long race as far as where you're going because it's across 14 stages. But I don't know if many of them are really as obvious of where they are as New York as far as that. Oh, fine, we'll see as we go, because I'll show off every one. Yeah, I was going to say, if nothing else of me saying that stuff as far as the tech thing with that, it's basically me saying, like, how do I troubleshoot tech problems on the show? Whoa! Okay, I was lucky to be avoiding that tree. But it does get really exciting. Like, oh, I just miss it. Fine, I keep having so many close calls on this game, I'm realizing. Feasibly a end of year compilation case. Fine, if it's a case like that, we'll never get to doing that. This could be the whole video, feasibly, this whole game. Because there have been nothing but close calls in this one. And other ones they have not been, but either way. There we go. Yeah, and you do want to feasibly use the boost either on straightaways or in curves where, whoa, that was lucky. Curves where it's not going to tighten really tight. Like that. That's actually one of the tighter curves as far as how they go, because usually it can be a very sharp right or very sharp left, as opposed to other ones where it's kind of go a little to the side like that, where you can feet like that. Or fine, also S curves, because fine, then there's that, but then they also can tighten as you go, which is something that Hang On itself did. But unlike Hang On, you also have cases where the checkpoints usually happen in turns. Actually, I think there's one case in Hang On where that happens, but it's only one of them. I think it's later on the stages you go. Whoa. Yeah, we're seeing the nice mountains. I guess we're in the Rockies. Yeah, because it's not like some other games where it's come to, you know, going across real areas where they tell you, okay, here's where you're going. Or it's not like Cruising USA, speaking of other arcade racing games, where they give you the specific, fine, they tell you where you are, number one. And as you go, you also have change in time of day. And yeah, I guess we're in the desert, but that's a game over. They don't tell you specifically where you are, at least not in this one. Yeah, so if nothing else, you're seeing number one on all these. You are seeing that, yeah, I did get there as far as on my off-screen play. But yeah, we'll feasibly have to show that on very easy, but either way, we will show it. Yeah, I do love doing the viewer quest. And I said every time we do the viewer quest, I gotta remember to hit the Y button, not the start button, in order to get everything running. Let's run Winning Run again. I do want to prep for that enough to get a sense of what that is, and fine. I always like the idea that, hey, people come in and say they want to see something, and I take that very seriously. When it's like, oh, you want to see something? I say, look, when I say we're going to do something for it, in reaction to that, I do mean it. I do want to show that I mean it. So I say, hey, you know, let's get the game going. Let me figure out how to scope it. Let me also figure out how some of that stuff is going to go, which I guess is good news that I don't actually have a game I have to play with much of a need for prep for, actually, till October. So at that point, I can also prep for the games we're doing in October, especially Twisted Metal, and then also Tomba afterwards. Those are the two I don't think I'm ready for, but I will do prep on those as goes. Because fine, next week's show is going to be a little more of a relaxed case for me, just in general, because it's going to be sort of showcasing stuff. And then, what is it? Right, and then the week after that, Nocturne's running show. Or running play. Yeah, because more than anything, it's just the idea that, okay, fine, I'm going to get people the games they want to see, but it's also something I say, like, fine, I'll make sure that when we get there, I'll be ready for it. So I'm not going to be a case where I'll say, like, oh, we're going to do this next week and not be prepped. I'll be prepped, I'll have the notes, I'll look into everything I can find out. But then all of you come in and say, oh, here's a story I have, or here's something I found out about this game that likely I didn't know, even when I do my research. I only do so much research, or there's stuff that feasibly gets me, I didn't realize. In fact, actually one of those, I'll mention that. So this will also be like you're always prepared. Well, fine, Dolphin knows that because, fine, she's seen the Notebook, specifically. Fine, everybody's seen the Notebook when we've done it. Yeah, is like the green balloon. Well, thank you very much, but I mean, fine. She knows that from that perspective, but the case that, fine, I do want to be prepared because, hey, you know, I know that people making a choice to come to this, so I'm not going to say, you know, I want to make it worth their time. I want to make them see, like, hey, when I say we're going to do something and I give that, I'm not going to back out on that. And actually, for a game you wanted to see, fine, sort of a game you wanted to see. It's actually not a game you wanted to see, but it's a game in a series you wanted to see. That was for Scooby-Doo Mystery. I do have some notes I found for that one. From a source I did not expect to actually find them. That actually I'll have when we play that game in 3 weeks. And also just update you on Night of 100 Frights. I know you want to see that. I did look into, because I know I mentioned when we played Mr. Driller, I would look into version on which one I'm going to play. Unless you have a desire to see one specifically over another one. It was on PS2, GameCube, and Xbox for Night of 100 Frights. Thank you. No problem. Assuming you don't have an objection to this, I'm going to play it on the PlayStation 2 because the audio on the GameCube version is compressed, I realized. And everything I looked up on that version it seemed like the audio quality was very scratchy, which was kind of a surprise. I mean, because, fine, I guess it's because the GameCube discs don't hold as much data as a PS2 DVD or an Xbox disc, which is basically DVD. And on, sounds good. Okay, so in that case, you're agreeing. And then also, the other reason I didn't pick Xbox was because, well, I looked between them, and sometimes I'll pick Xbox over PS2 just because it'll have native progressive mode in ways that the PS2 doesn't. Actually, most games on Xbox have progressive scan mode in ways they don't on PS2 or the GameCube. But in the case of Night of 100 Frights, it doesn't really look that much better on the Xbox compared to the PS2. It's pretty comparable. Even loading is pretty comparable. And it is printed to DVD on PS2. So don't be concerned with that. It seems like it's mostly the same looking. And it's not a case where they did anything with, it doesn't have like progressive scan support. Actually, I think there's a custom mod for Xbox that lets you run it in progressive scan mode, but honestly, it doesn't make much of a difference as far as it, and I wouldn't be modding my console anyway, so it's fine, again, on the PS2. Also, because it's one of those things, I do want to, fine, feasibly, I know there's a Super Hang-On game going on here, but fine, I'm racing through this, going to try and get through as it goes before we get to the end of each of the areas. But a case where, when it comes to look into that, I've realized sometimes we've done the multi-platform stuff of that era of PS2, GameCube, and Xbox. I've often taken Xbox and said, am I biased toward this console? Actually, fine, I am in the sense that I had the Xbox before I had PS2 or GameCube, so I do have more games on that. When it's come to multi-platform stuff, it's been something where, fine, Donovan, you and I mentioned this, or I mentioned this to you when we did that show for Mr. Driller, we talked about this, and when you asked for that game, I said, there's some cases where you have games on multiple systems and the idea that they're either comparable, there's something that's different about them that makes them better to play on another system. And oftentimes in the Xbox, it's something that usually the progressive scan supports something, or better loading sometimes is the reason for that, but not always. And I guess Night of 100 Frights is kind of a case of that. And Night of 100 Frights came out a year after on the Xbox than they did on the game, on either the GameCube or the PS2. So I guess it was kind of surprising that way. But it's also something, fine, I do want to at least get a sense, like, fine, I'm not ignoring the PS2. In some cases, fine, I'll also say this, on price case, it's a little cheaper on the PS2 for Night of 100 Frights than it is on everything else. Actually, the GameCube's the most expensive, not by much. It's like 30-something bucks, but still, fine, that's the GameCube perspective, where a lot of games multi-platform on the GameCube just cost more. Time Splitters Future Perfect is a case like that. Metal Arms Glitch in the System, which we've briefly shown before, that's a game like that. I think Beyond Good and Evil is a game like that. Actually, I have that on the GameCube, so we'll get to Beyond Good and Evil. Unless you want to see the new version, like the 20th anniversary edition, I'd run it. Yeah, it was Tommy Tallarico who, oh right, he was involved in Night of 100 Frights, you're right. His studio was involved with Night of 100 Frights. That's true, yeah, thank you for mentioning that. Actually, when we get to Scooby-Doo Mystery on Super Nintendo, that was the Argonaut developer. Yeah, he was involved with composing the music. Yes, he was. I do remember that. He brought mention of that, I believe, when he was on, on the Reason the Run program with Victor Lucas back in the day, and also other stuff, and also, I guess, in this case now with the Intellivision Miko, which, I don't know what's going on with that thing. People kind of hate him on the back of that thing not having released. Although, honestly, I just don't know what's going on with it, specifically. And we've heard Tallarico's stuff on the show before, sort of, because we played Aladdin on Sega Genesis. He did the music for that. As far as the other stuff of his, as far as music design, well, Sonic the Sonic the Song of the Black Knight is involved in. We talked about him actually played Sonic Heroes the first time. Fine, let's do America once more, and then I'll look at Europe briefly. We're not beating Europe on this until I turn down to very easy. I'm going to make that guarantee. The Earthworm Jim games we have not shown. I do want to show Cool Spot. I have it on the Sega Genesis and the Game Gear. Both of those consoles are out of commission right now. I got to figure stuff with them, but when I do, I'll show them. Actually, I want to show both of those. I want to show the Game Gear version off. Actually, I might like the Game Gear version more. But those are cases as far as that music. There's also actually one game, I mentioned this to Nocturne when we did Aladdin. She was like, what the hell is this, when I mentioned it. I said, the first game he ever did, which was Color a Dinosaur, which was on NES. It was literally the case, he was working at Virgin Interactive at the time, he was selling guitars, and they came in, he's like, we're starting this new case, and he's like, oh yeah, you know, I'd like to help with certain things. They feasibly hired him on the spot. It's like, anytime you have something you want to do with music, I'd be willing to do it for free. And then they came to with Color Dinosaur. They said, we have this game we have to ship to Nintendo tomorrow. Give us sound for this. He did. He said, like, I never worked with this audio driver before. He said, I love, you know, the stuff out of, like, Koji Kondo with Legend of Zelda and Super Mario Brothers, as far as, you know, the sound of that, as far as, like, those classic pieces of music, as is the case, or stuff like we have with, like, a lot of the Capcom games and things like that. He said, I gained a new appreciation for him running that dev kit for the sounds. And then for Sega Genesis, hey, the Genesis audio tech, and Super Nintendo to a certain extent, had tools that kind of were more to that. And then when Sega CD came around, I know he took the ball and ran with it when it came to stuff on that, because they ported Earth and Jim to that. He also made the Terminator on Sega CD. I have that. I want to show that game off so badly. I said, when I get the Genesis fixed, I will or get another one specifically. I will show that game. That game is amazing. And the music in that is unbelievable. It's also something I will do a little bit of a check before we get to that one specifically, because we might have licensed content questions, because he has a really good version of the Terminator theme that's in that game. But then going back to Night of 100 Frights, of what I've heard of it, it does sound very much like the TV show. I think it, actually no, what it does is it remixes the theme song from the TV show, which actually is not in the game we're playing in a few weeks, at least not that one. They actually redo the entire intro of the TV show in the in-game engine. And there's a lot of very high quality, like Halloween-y styles of music going on in that game. Also, they have a lot of the voice acting from the show, sort of. Actually, the game we're playing in a few weeks actually has the last voice performance as Scooby-Doo of Don Messick, the original voice performer of Scooby-Doo. We'll mention that in a few weeks when we play it. But they have actually some of the voice cast from the show, voice acting. Yeah, actually, yeah, the one that we're coming up in 2 weeks. Don Messick is in that one, who voices Scooby-Doo. And also, it does have the late Don Messick as it is, but also the late Casey Kasem. There are audio clips of him speaking as Shaggy Rogers. Not much, but there will be cases. The voices, wow. Yeah, I mean, that's also the interesting thing when you get to cases of like early gaming. But even with that one, with Night of 100 Frights, there is full voice acting in that. There is a lot of the voice cast. I believe they have the original voice of Freddy from the show for the game. They also have a laugh track on the game, so they actually have laughing going on whenever there's like a joke they tell, just like the TV show, or like when we played Mystical Ninja Story Goemon did that as well. Hey, Scoob! Fine, I guess that's my Shaggy. I'll be doing that in a couple weeks because of the fact that, hey, there's that idea. Like, zoinks, man! Like, yeah, we're getting into our 60s vibe when we do that, and also when we do Night of 100 Frights. Yeah, because that's an interesting one just in general of what I've seen of it, because, I don't know, I guess you're familiar with it if you're asking for it, but also, it was Heavy Iron Studios who developed that one. They made Evil Dead Hail to the King, which is on Dreamcast and PlayStation, which, from what I understand, is not very good. Fine, if there's an Evil Dead game we're going to be playing, it will be Regeneration. That game is amazing on PS2 and Xbox. They also made the game disc The Incredibles, which is okay, although that had it had Craig T. Nelson and Holly Hunter from the movie. And it had Samuel Jackson from the movie as well. And then they also made probably the best received game based on SpongeBob SquarePants ever. And even someone who's not huge on that show myself, even I have to admit that game is pretty amazing. That is SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom, which came out in 2003. And they've since done a new version, a rehydrated version. But yeah, Heavy Iron Studios made that one. They also made Night of 100 Frights. And yeah, say what you will as far as Heavy Iron with certain things, but they knew how to handle a license, generally speaking. Fine, except for Evil Dead. Fine, Evil Dead's case with the Hail to the King, it still fit the license well. It's just the gameplay was a problem. It was like a takeoff on Resident Evil, but not that great. Like, yeah, you're playing as Ash, so it is Bruce Campbell who's in it. And actually, we're going to hear him actually in one game like First One to see for the listed Xbox Live showcase in November, as is W for Poker Night 2. We'll get to that one. But it felt like the license, really. It felt like you're playing the show. Fine, in that case, the movies for Evil Dead, but for and even with The Incredibles, I have problems with The Incredibles about how it plays, but it does feel like that movie. And with 900 Frights, and especially Battle from Bikini Bottom, it does feel like, yeah, if you love those enterprises, my God, you're going to love the game. And clearly the people who made them said, oh, we want that experience of what it's like to be enveloped in those enterprises. And that goes to something that... Okay, fine. I'm going to get one unrelated thought on my way because I mentioned this earlier, the idea of me finding out new things. We played Top Gear 2 a couple weeks ago, a couple months ago as it's been now. Apparently in the European version, I think the quotations from the cars might be swearing, I think. But I didn't actually look into that. I think the Retropal show said that was going on. But okay, then to go back to this thing, as far as like going on a license, and Dolphin, you're saying yes. That goes with the thought of when it comes to playing a game based on a license, usually the thought is, I guess, you really want to, I guess, feel that you're enveloped in the world of that, but also something that it's fun enough that even if you took the license away, you'd still be saying, oh, this is a great time, or good enough time, you'd still want to be playing it. It's fine, you're buying it for the license, of course, but also the case of what that's like. And fine, of the games we played license-based that way before, a lot of the Capcom stuff we played when it came to Magical Quest and Chip and Dale, Rescue Rangers, and Adventures in the Magic Kingdom, Aladdin on Genesis, we played that. We'll play Super Nintendo of that one eventually. Oh, woo, sliding into the rock. And fine, I got a couple going on that listed showcase outside of Sword of Poker Night 2. But sometimes I guess that could be the thought, and fine, there is the Sega one from the people who made, or fine, the one from the developers of this game, and I think it's time to show off the next world, and then I'm going down to very easy, and we'll show off the victories of each of these eventually. But that case, hey, you know, you do want to get that envelopment in on franchise, and even some games like, hey, you know, there's stuff I would like to show just for that very reason. In fact, fine, next week we're going to do a case like that, because, all right, fine, we'll just get that set, and we'll run winning run. Actually, you know, I'll let the timer expire. Yeah, because we are going to have that next week, because I am going to have, fine, I'll go on this now, because, yeah, we're feasibly going to show licensed games next week, because I'm going to show up Pirate Mode for Game Dev Tycoon. I'm not going to last long. I'm basically going to go as far as I get until I get a game over and run out of money. Because the hard way of playing it, and that'll basically be our final look at Game Dev Tycoon. It gives it the whole look as I promised we would do. But I'm going to show off Konami collections as far as it, a couple of the ones that came out this year. I mean, we showed the Rocket Knight Adventures Resparked a couple months ago. I'm going to show that Castlevania Dominus collection that came out a couple of weeks ago, as it was, as far as like a brief preview of everything in it. And I did get the Felix the Cat collection in the mail a couple weeks ago from Limited Run, so I have those games based on Felix the Cat. And we've talked about it. I know when we played Mickey Mania, we talked about it. Electverse brought a very interesting point saying, hey, you know, Felix the Cat was a case of being very inspirational with Mickey Mouse. This is that Felix the Cat came first, and maybe he's forgotten compared to Mickey Mouse, but then again, fine, Konami and Limited Run said, no, he's not. We went back to DreamWorks, who I guess owns the license now, and said, we're re-releasing the Hudson Soft games from Game Boy and NES. I have them in that collection. We're going to show them as far as a little bit of a preview. Which you're buying this collection, by the way, for those games. But the case of, yeah, we'll have our licensed stuff going on that way. And I remember saying those years ago when we played Mickey Mania, I said, I've always heard this game is really, really good, specifically the NES version. But even the Game Boy version is quite good as far as what it is. Yeah, they were right. That game's pretty interesting as far as what it is, and is the idea of, you know, Felix the Cat and his magic bag of tricks. So yeah, we're finally going to take a look at it. And of course, it'll be on table for show for full play. But I said, I'll give a little extra to that, and more stuff as far as license, because hey, you know, if you'll have a license, there's nothing worse. I'll say this is something I guess has been kind of a fascinating thing. And we've experienced this before. The idea of when you buy a game based on a license, sometimes it's not very good, and you're like, wait a second. You feel like, yeah, you feel like you're cheated maybe, or a case of, I bought this because I want to have this experience, but it might feasibly be miserable, or you might have a good experience remembering that feasibly. Saying like, hey, in fact, I know Electverse said that when we did one of the Sailor Moon of the story parts. She said, Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue on Nintendo 64 is a case where it's one of the first games I ever played that I kind of realized, man, this game's awful. And I love Power Rangers, so that hurt me even more. And it hurt even more when I played it on the PlayStation and realized, wait, this game's awesome. And it's also on Game Boy Color. I don't know if you played the Game Boy Color version, but It's Natsume who made those Super Nintendo Power Rangers games, made that. That game looks really, really good. So that case of, fine, being really disappointed when you have a case of loving a license and saying, oh man, this is awful, feasibly, or something that you just don't like. But fine, even with the case of some of the stuff, as I mentioned, with Heavy Iron, they definitely didn't do that with the SpongeBob game they did, and of what I've understood on Night of 100 Frights for Scooby-Doo, they definitely did that one right too. So in that case, we'll definitely show that. But it's also something that, fine, maybe if you like the license, you might be curious about it anyway. And actually, yeah, there are a couple, going back to the listed show we're doing for the Xbox Live thing in November. We'll do Hard Road again. I'm trying to think how many of those I got. Fine, I announced one of them, and now, fine, because Electrus wanted to see this. He wanted to see Poker Night 2. So there's that one. That's why I'd buy it. As far as license, yeah. But sometimes here's the thing, but the thing about this, like, yeah, they do have a reputation. It's like, oh, fine, that reputation's like, hey, sometimes they can be really, really bad, but other cases where that's not the idea. Because I like Scooby-Doo, as Dolly Finn, you're saying, you'd probably buy a game like that. Right, but then it's also that case of when they do it really well, like, people then remember that specific game saying, wow, I had a great time playing this. It made me feel like I'm playing this show. It's a great approximation amidst many other games that might be based on a series. And if your Scooby-Doo's had games going back to the Atari days, as it's been, as I realized looking up on some of these things or hearing about it. And even though we're playing in 2 weeks or 3 weeks on Super Nintendo, it's called Scooby-Doo Mystery. The Genesis version is not even the same game, so it's something totally different. It's like a point-and-click game like Secret of Monkey Island, a little bit. But that case of, fine, people remembering, and with Scooby-Doo, I get the sense that's the one people tend to remember the most, that they really, really like, because they say, hey, this feels just like it. Even to the point they went to the trouble of getting the voice performances. They had the high-quality stuff going on with the music. They had cases of, hey, we're going to put a laugh track in like the TV show. It's like, that's what Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon did, and like I love the game did, even though it's weird as hell. But then they said, we have a reason to do it for Scooby-Doo, because hey, they did that on Scooby-Doo for the show. So fitting that we're gonna have that for this game. The idea of like kind of going that extra mile. In fact, I'll say this, one I want to show, specifically at some point. And it's one that unfortunately has gone up in price, but it's one I'm definitely gonna invest in. Well, fine, Dolphin, you mentioned one. I'm definitely we're gonna do this, no question. That's Dragon Ball Advance Adventure, which is on Game Boy Advance. It's by Dimps, the people who made the Sonic Advance games. And he made Dragon Ball Z Budokai on the PS2. But one I've heard is, I've seen it running. It's like, this is one of the best games ever based in this franchise. Like, I think they're right. But the other one, in my case, was Duck Dodgers on Nintendo 64, which, fine. It's by Paradigm Entertainment. You know the game they made. They made Pilewing 64. So all you have to say in a sentence is, the people who made Pilewing 64 made this, and I'm sold. But that being said, that game did shock me, especially for a game that was not liked at the time. It's not like even like Scooby-Doo, Night of 100 Frights, where it seemed like it was pretty decently received, generally speaking, when it came out. Duck Dodgers was not. People was like, yeah, this game is not very good compared to something like Donkey Kong 64 or compared to Mario 64 or Banjo-Kazooie. I mean, it's not bloated like Donkey Kong 64, although I get that, but for the purpose of saying, hey, I'm going to capture that experience of that show, or of, fine, the modern show of Duck Dodgers that I don't think is around yet, and of the old cartoons, they nailed it. I was really surprised that even the point where they have like a stealth mode in that, we hit the R button down, you do tiptoeing, and they have like the sound effects from, what is it? Like the old cartoons when they used to do tiptoeing, like, doot, 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 doot. You have like the piano plinking, and it goes faster. It's dynamic based on your speed. For the tiptoeing, I said, that's a detail they feasibly didn't have to do, and they did it. And like, okay, I'm really impressed that they went to that detail. Like, fine. Which is not to say, as I mentioned, fine. Since the people who made Pilewing 64, that's not to say they have made games that are not very good. From what I understand, I've heard Terminator Dawn of Fight on Xbox is not that great. But then they did make Terminator 3 The Redemption, which actually, that is really good. Going back to Terminator again. But it's also something that sometimes that idea, like something like that, capturing that way, that feasibly can go to it, and some cases like that one, that became expensive because of, fine, it was sort of late on Nintendo 64, and we're going to go down to very easy because at this point we gotta, I think, Yeah, I said I'll do what I can. I did on at least normal for the easiest. Yeah, you do have all these. So at that point, we'll go into very easy. The only thing is, the differences, by the way, between easy, very easy, and normal is they give you more time. On 3DS, as I mentioned, it reduces, actually, it reduces bike collision. Because on 3DS, along with the easy mode turning off collision altogether, the other difficulties upward, they actually increase how much you bounce when you hit somebody. So actually, Dolphin, going back to that, that version actually does make it a lot easier when you hit somebody, because either you go right through them on the lowest, or when you turn it down lower, you won't bounce as far. But you put it as high as it can go, you bounce pretty far, and you're usually going to crash into a tree. All right, so we have not shown Junior being beaten, so we're going to show Junior being beaten. Let's do it to Sprinter. So now with this, we start with 60 seconds, and as long as I don't crash too much, we'll be fine to get to the end. But it is still something you do have to be careful. But fine, like with Outrun, it's and Hang On itself, the more you play it, you do get the sense you feasibly can get better, but it's also something that maybe it's not as easy to get better at Hang On, or maybe even Super Hang On as Outrun. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe with this one's a little different because, fine, you have options of worlds you can pick or continents you can go to, whereas on Hang On's case, you don't. And fine, in Outrun's case, you also have the different paths you take. So in that case, that also can help in saying, like, hey, I don't want to go this way, let me go this way. So at that point, you feasibly can improve your skills by saying, hey, I'm going to practice Coconut Beach constantly, and then say, okay, fine, I'll take the left path, or then I'll take the right path, or hey, I get so good at going the left path, I'm just going to go that way to start before branching out later. There you go. So yeah, you do get that nice high-speed whirring going on like this. Like, I don't know. Yeah, fine. I don't have the camera on for this one for myself. I'm holding down the right trigger and right bumper at the same time. I was like, just pretty much squeezing it as hard as I could. Not that it's breaking the controller, but in case like, yeah, I'm holding on to that. But then fine, I crashed once. Fine, one crash is not going to kill me as far as me not being able to win. But if I keep doing it constantly, that's going to be a problem. Yeah, but I do like as far as some of the stuff we're going into, and also with this one. Actually, I guess thinking about biking. Fine, let's mix the two. As far as like licensed games with bikes in them. Well, fine. I guess this is one of them technically, because the arcade version had actual billboards in these areas of actual companies for like spark plugs and tires and things like that. I'll find a lot of racing games like this, like the MotoGP games. Especially those ones on Xbox, OG Xbox, those games are great. Especially MotoGP 2 and 3, those games are fantastic from Climax Studios who made them. The other stuff, I guess I'm like thinking cartoons. I'm thinking, one I've always heard some interesting things about, I don't know if you're familiar with the Biker Mice from Mars, the old TV show from the 90s. I'd heard the name, I never saw the show. But Konami made a game based on that on Super Nintendo, which is like this kind of top-down, like Micro Machines-like racing game. Fine, Micro Machines is a licensed case too. That's actually pretty decent. People say like, hey, it's kind of interesting to see them go that way. As far as that aspect of that license, I think like one of the only games that ever came out of that. Yeah, but unfortunately I'm crashing too much. So that's that idea. Or fine, if I'm thinking Scooby-Doo, I'm also thinking, fine, this goes to the movies. Because there was Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. There is the sequence, fine, the best scene in that movie, which actually of the non-animated Scooby-Doo movies is my favorite one. And that is where you know Freddy doing an impromptu duel with the Black Knight guy while driving on a motorcycle with a rusted pipe as far as his like jousting tool, and they play Wanted Dead or Alive by Bon Jovi on the soundtrack, which is hilarious. I was like, that's kind of brilliant. I'm not gonna lie to that. And something weird, I guess, that Scooby-Doo did, going back to that, and of course the animated stuff as far as the show, but also the actual movies. There's the new Scooby-Doo movies, the series from the 70s, that had actually a lot of like guest appearances of cases like Abbott and Costello and Batman and things like that. But even as far as like the animated films, like I know there was, Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf was like actually a take on Teen Wolf. And actually the one I actually quite like from the 90s, Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island, where the marketing went on that saying, this time the monsters are real. They take off the masks usually, like, oh, we're gonna see who's underneath that. Like, not in this one, they're not. Actually, that movie's actually surprisingly good. That's one of the anime ones. Honestly, I like the animated stuff specifically the most. Fine, I was thinking that as far as the biking aspect. Fine, I do want to talk about Super Hang on that way too. Fine, balancing. That's the idea. We balance that, but fine. I'm driving down the road. You know I'm driving down the road. You know I'm boosting. You know I'm trying to be careful, and I'm trying to make sure that we can get to the end through Asia. Yeah, and now we got logs on the side of the road. Not that they act differently. So not, and also that's another thing. It's not like if you crash into something different that's on the road, like the log, that the logs like roll over and be rolling on the side of the road or something. But in case that, fine, they're just another obstacle. Though imagine that as a concept. Like, hey, you crash into that, and then like the logs are gonna roll down on the road. That'd probably be something like Burnout or something. Well, actually, no, honestly, Burnout, I think, Burnout you just crash into, you know, the other cars and things above anything else. I don't know if it's stuff with the environments, although fine. The game, as far as the environments, is the one that Electris mentioned, or fine, I mentioned, Electris mentioned, yeah, my mom loved this game, and talk about woman of great taste as far as this game. Split Second, which I do have that game, I do want to show that. That game is fantastic, which is on PS3 and Xbox 360. I have the 360 version right through this. It's actually really, really cool. Because in that case, you do have stuff going on in the environment to manipulate it around. It's like, hey, you know, you're hitting an activation point down when you're at the the abandoned airport, and then you basically bring down the air traffic control tower because the whole place is abandoned. And feasibly, then you're like, oh shit, I got to swerve out of the way so I don't get myself crushed. Yeah, that's an exciting one. And one of the features I could do for Disney Game Showcase, eventually. Though this year we got Lion King, next year, Dolphin and Your Quest, we got Pinocchio on Super Nintendo. Also, I think you picked right as far as, because off screen I'll mention this. She wanted, fine, on screen she asked Pinocchio for Sega Genesis Super Nintendo when we got to the end of Asia. I asked what version to her off screen. She said Super Nintendo. She made the right choice for reasons we'll get when we get to that one, but fine. When we get to the end of Asia, we have our picture taken. There's the trophy girl, there's the cameraman, and there is a woman with the bottle. So that's our idea as we're at the end. Okay, so, and I guess everybody's gonna go to the beach. Yeah, actually, yeah, we are kind of close to the water. So everybody's ready for some fun in the sun as far as, yeah, as we're ending summer, actually coming up to the end of summer. We only have this week and next week as far as our shows where we celebrate that. So yeah, good end of summer game. You had a nice picture as far as that at the end of everything. Okay. So now with Asia and, fine, it is Australia. So fine, I guess we're kind of racing the whole way. We're going to America. Yeah, it's Outright Crisis in America. Yeah, but you picked right on Pinocchio. I'll say that, because it looks better on Super Nintendo. The Console Wars show has not done a show based on that one yet to say, like, hey, what's better? That is better for one reason, which is the end of the game, where there's an environmental detail where they change color things to let you know what you have to do. Genesis doesn't have that. Super Nintendo has it. Thank God it has that. Let me tell you right now for that. Yeah, the end of that game can be pretty difficult. And when I realized the Genesis version didn't have it, I said, thank God Dolly Finn picked the Super Nintendo. Thank God she picked that one. So, and it also goes to, going back to the Night of 100 Frights thing, why I say, like, fine. Why do I do a check on version? Unless chat specifically said to me, I want to see it on this. If they say I want to see it on this, I usually will. I will usually go to that unless it's a case where I know it's badly ported, and in that case I'll say, hey, you know, I'm going to feasibly step in. Fine. I've said the examples. I said Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy IX and Chrono Cross. For those games, whenever we get to them, we're playing on the PlayStation 1 and only the PlayStation 1. There will be no substitutions, no matter what anybody says, because I know the other versions have problems with them. But other cases, I'll usually go that way unless, like, hey, it's so exorbitantly expensive that I can't do it. Or some cases, I might already have it. So, because I know that. I'm trying to think about the example of that. Oh, actually, no, yeah, the example that came up with that. I was asked for Pitfall of the Mind Adventure. I had it on the Sega CD, so I said, fine, we'll show it on the Sega CD. And that made for an interesting cross-section, because we had members of chat who were saying they played it on Genesis mostly, played it on Super Nintendo, and then I said, here's the Sega CD version. So in that case, we also had our perspective saying, hey, there's differences. And I remember chat saying specifically, hey, wait a second, you're on a boss and there's a life bar. Like, wait a second, I played this on Super Nintendo, there's not that indication. Like, wait, there's not? So another fascination that way. So that's why I'll sometimes dig into that, but in other cases, fine, I already have it. So if that's the case, that's the case. Fine, Pinocchio is not that case, and None of Her Frights is not that case either. So at that point, that's where I'll go. Oh, whoa! Wow, that was lucky, me going through that aspect of the tree. I don't know how I did that, but I'm glad I did it, I'm glad I have it on tape. It's one of those cases where, yeah, when you play a game, sometimes something happens, you're amazed you got it, and thank God you're recording yourself. That's fine. In that case, fine. I'll have the nice, the nice slide out going that way, but fine, all right. So it came to an end a little bit as far as it, but fine. I avoided the thing in the trees. And I did, whoa, okay, fine. That's the other thing, because sometimes the bikes can get bunched up. So going back to the question, the great question you had, Dolly Finn, in that one. That is a weird case, because sometimes when especially when you're going on the harder courses, specifically America and Europe, which are the two hardest, the way that the bikes are bunched up, usually at the start of the race, actually is the kind of thing where you really have to be careful when you're going past him. And it's not like Outrun where the difficulty also reduces the number of bikes on screen. I don't think it makes a difference on any version I played, unless the Genesis version does it differently. Ah. But yeah, that was not good for me to crash. Yeah, and I got a ways to go, but we'll see. But the good news is you do have that map, and so you do have it filling up as far as the thermometer there, and you're close to the goal. So if nothing else, you can also get a sense of, okay, if it's almost filled on one of the segments, I always have a sense of saying, okay, I can feasibly get to the end. Well, as you're going down, I guess, the Grand Canyon, as far as America's concerned. Yeah, nice effects on the hills, kind of like Outrun had, and a bit more, I think, on this than Super Hang-On had, because I think Normal Hang-On, I should say. Normal Hang-On, I think, had stuff with hills, sort of, but not like this. Because as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, this was built on the same tech as Outrun. It is the same team that made Outrun that made this. So those two aspects, not even specifically the fact the team was the same, was fine. A lot of the same people who made this also involved in Outrun, including Yu Suzuki, but with Hang-On, I should say. But with Outrun, yeah, the idea of like that tech. But yeah, we can crash in a decent amount, but you do also get the sense of like how they're tilting that way too. Just going their way, they're just in the way. So that's the other thing. This is a racing game, sort of, but fine, it's like we said with Outrun, it's kind of more a driving game really in the sense that the bike's just there. It doesn't matter if they win. It's fine, there's no finish line, just getting to the goal. I've been crashing so much, that's my concern. But fine, we'll keep going as far as how it is. I won't be at this 5 hours, I don't think. But that's also why I ran this version, because on Yakuza 0, you only have the option for running on easy. Oh, fine, on normal, I should say. And there's only one machine that is inserted into the bar or into the arcade there after you complete the challenges, which I didn't know when I tried to find this like a couple months ago. It's like, hey, I'm showing Daytona USA. Can I show that one too? Briefly. Yeah, actually, it took me installing this game and then feasibly dicking around, as the kids say, to make that happen. So like, fine, and install. Like, let me go through this. Find where is this thing in Yakuza 6 to show it to start, and also the same case of me running it now, so that I have it ready for the show. Because honestly, for the case of running the arcade version, this is probably the best way to go, as far as showing it here, but also just having it my way this way. All right, this is going to be interesting because I do need to feasibly stop crashing, and also, yeah, you're seeing phone booths out here in the on the beach, and the thing on the tires. All right, I do like the change of day and that change of the road a little bit as you get to a new section. All right, there you go. But no voice acting in this one. So we were talking voice acting before. Fine, you don't have the woman saying checkpoint in this one like you did in Outrun, which I guess is weird, but fine. Hang-On did it. You have that did it when you get the extended play for the checkpoint. But either way, like, fine, okay. Fine, this is not a case as far as it that way. Fine, there's a gas station over there. So I guess as far as like the personality of this Sega racing game, fine, it's coming mostly on the enemies above anything else. And I guess also the crash is sort of, whoa. In that case, I can run the boost, but it's like, yeah, I gotta find a feasibly safe place to do that. So I don't bust into another bike. Fine, also going up and down the hills, that's the other aspect of the strategy is, wait, there might be another bike over there. I might crash into him, get myself knocked off. Oh. Well, in that case, I'll just drive into the tree. That's an awful thing to do. Yeah, we're getting close. Even with the mistakes I'm making, as long as I can just keep it going, or fine, hang on, as the game is saying, we'll be okay, I think. And the good news also is this, when you just see the change in scenery, which happens on these levels, on America and Europe in particular, and sort of with Asia and Australia, you see that every 2 stages. When you see that change in that means you're close to a checkpoint. So in that case, you can feasibly say, okay, I'm almost there, so you feasibly put the pedal to the metal to kind of get there quicker. It's like, okay, even if I'm running out of time, we'll be able to manage it. Oh. In this case, yeah, you're also seeing the curves getting a little tighter. That's also where the difficulty comes from. It's number of stages and also the complexity of the courses. Okay, there we go. So that's that checkpoint. So yeah, if I can get to the end of this in 45 seconds, we'll get this one. It's one of those things that, fine, I might want to slow down that way, which, yeah, the idea of what do you want to do on that, but sometimes that being, so you got to do, and fine, avoiding the dead tree. This is like the desolate area of Outrun, actually, fine. Same engine, same dev team, basically, so makes sense. What? Yeah, because the road is pretty narrow as far as how it is like, oh. All right, I think we're just gonna make this. Oh yeah, we made it. Perfect, that was close. You get bonus points for the sections you have, and there is the woman in the trophy. I guess it's like a golfing person there. There it goes. Yeah, toss me and I'm in a drink. So yeah, I'll tell you what it is like. It's like the Japanese version of Super Mario Kart, because in that one, fine. In the main game, you get the bottle at the end of the race when you win. But in the Japanese version, Peach and Bowser drink it. And actually, in Peach's case, you do see her getting drunk. They cut that out of our version, but when we get to Super Mario Kart on the show, that one specifically, I think I'll show Switch Online version just so I can show the Japanese one on top of it to show that idea, I think. Okay, so that's junior, senior, and beginner. Let's try expert. Let's go the hard road. All right, so this is an 18 race behemoth, and it goes across the screen as far as the map. Yeah, so welcome to Europe. We are going off, and this is the hardest area of it specifically because you have a lot of places to go, and some of these curves can be tough. Especially the way that the bikes can sometimes bunch up. At least, fine, when I practiced on 3DS, they bunched up a lot at the start of that. And it looked like I hit that lamppost again, but I didn't crash. I'll take it right now, but fine. I just gotta be, yeah, careful of that. Whoa. Okay, that's the first checkpoint, so that's a good start. That's 1 down, 17 more to go, because it's 18 stages here. And the one thing we're not showing is World Mode, which is in 3DS specifically, or in that version, where basically you play all these levels, all 48 of them, in one continuous run. It's not easy. I wish there was another dedicated version of this so that we could have that brought back, but alas, no. That being said, there was a glitch I found was playing the 3DS version the other day. I'll have a recording of it at a convenient point. Ow, crap, not there. Stitched in when I edit this. And I'll do it the same way I showed footage from Pokemon Platinum when I did one of the Pokemon Violet parts, which is turn off every single light in my house when it gets dark one night, have my cell phone recording over my 3DS, and show the replay of that. Actually, it was an issue with the sound going bad at the end of the race. I never saw that happen before. I guess I'll put it to the end of I'll put it at the end of this race, either if I beat it or if I get a game over. which means the case for me editing, because at that point I won't have to. Usually I say like, oh yeah, I'll put it about here and I give enough of a pause, but like, no, I'm not doing that this time. Yeah, there's crushed tires, but yeah, but we'll be fine. Oh, okay, that's also a weird case that, because when the time of day changes, the road color changes as well. So fine, ow, as we're getting crashed in, or I'm crashing into stake. Yeah, so basically the road changes. So yeah, all of a sudden it was this nice, it was a bright and kind of, I don't know, white road, but now it's like a pavement, blacktop. Oh, here rolls in Gemini 96. So good to see you tonight. We're playing Super Hang-On from Sega. It's an arcade racing game. I'm using Yakuza 6, the Song of Life, to play this one. Run through Europe as far as the hardest of the 4 areas. Hope you're doing well tonight. Feel free to let your memories flow on Super Hang-On. Anything arcade racing of Sega's, and any of the Yakuza games as well, because fine, I'm using Yakuza 0 or 6 to play this. Fine, it's in Yakuza 0 as well, but I'm using Yakuza 6 for the purpose of being able to show this one. It needs to be on there, the Sega arcade games that are in this as in. Hopefully I'm having better audio stuff than I did Outrun and Daytona USA earlier this year. So good to see you. Hope you're doing well as well, and fitting with rolling in with Poochie the dog from Yoshi's Island, because we're talking about aspects of Scooby-Doo, because we're playing a game of that in a couple weeks. And also because next year is 30 years of Yoshi's Island. I think I'm going to do Yoshi's Island next year. Just got to figure when I'm doing it. But that's a game I think has got to be on our docket for next year. That and fine, I guess fine. Suikoden, because I know Kazan22 is going to be doing that with the new version. They finally announced the date on, thank God. And all this stuff. I mean, I know there's some viewer requests I gotta get set. I know there's stuff you wanted to do. We'll figure that stuff I know Dolly Finn wanted to do. We'll also get those set as is going. Yeah, just gotta hang on this one for this motorcycle racing game. I don't know if you ever played this, but it's an interesting one. Fine, he also saw me practice this like every day this past week. That is when I was not pulling out the weird number of demos I have on my 3DS before the shop closed. I actually forgot I downloaded so many demos from that. Although they're limited time demos, so when I play them too much, they're gone. I was taking a look at a Cooking Mama 5 and Gardening Mama, because like, hey, I know Nikki loves the Cooking Mama games. And I know we got to show those at some point. She'll be involved in them, but at least for the console versions to start, that would be where we'd have to start for tech reasons. But fine, if I get stuff going for DS on the show, I'd say fine, show that one, because I know she played those on DS. And fine, she's played the Switch one, Cookstar. I do remember when she demoed Cookstar for us off-screen. That actually was quite a case. And for a game that had this weird reputation about itself because it was released without the development team knowing it, the publisher said, fine, it's going out. And like, wait, what? It actually kind of was a weird case of thought of the game got taken off the market before it was kind of put back on the market. I was like, yeah, this thing's gonna be awful. People was like, this is an awful game. Like, looking at it, I was like, I don't know. It's not that bad. It's kind of weird, but kind of interesting. Fine. When she made the rainbow, grilled cheese sandwich, that was where the game had me. I was like, okay, this game's kind of hilarious and kind of amazing. And she did say on the show, we do have her on tape saying, hey, I'll cook you anything in Cooking Mama. So at that point, I'll easily have to take her up on that. I'll figure that when her and Ed Wack are back on the show, which I think is going to be when he does Smart Ball. I'm going to guess January, but I got to talk to him as far as that, if that's going to be an opening for him specifically, because I do have an opening for January. I'll go on that one and get to schedule. Because I think I know what we're going to have going on in January at least, sort of, kind of. Oh yeah, the Vikings are getting bunched up. It's like, so that's the thing you got to be careful of when that happens. Yes, keep going and use the boost when I get to 280 kilometers per hour when it's safe to do so. And now it is nighttime as we're going into. Oh, fine, we're driving across Europe. I don't know where we are, but yeah, I do love the night sky here. Well, the night sky, but also the night road. So it's like they changed the time of day on the road as well. It's a subtle detail in some ways until you really stop and notice it. But yeah, it's really, really cool. Whoa. Also the idea, like, hey, there are the, fine, there's the pictures of not Marilyn Monroe. Fine, they were Marilyn Monroe in the original. There are pictures of her also in Shinobi, the arcade game. But I think these are somewhat not script, and that's also something else as far as something on the side of the road with the, oh, crap. Yeah, but yeah, they're off going, but that's fine. I'm not racing against them despite what it looks like. I just have to get to the end in time. And then pass by them for points. I was like, yeah, that's sort of safe to use the boost. So yeah, it's great risk reward. All right, that's the thing for Sushi Bar around here. And some of those billboards, by the way, are exclusive to continents. So in that case, yeah, you'd think you'd see the Sushi Bar case as far as the Asia continent specifically, but not in this game. In this case, you have, wow, Europe that has it. Ouch. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm close to the next stage, but I gotta be careful. I gotta stop crashing, because if I run out of this, we're gonna have to start this over again, which is fine. We're gonna keep going until I beat Europe as far as get through all the courses. You can hear the great music as far as, whoa. Ah. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, that one's getting in my way, and it's like, yeah, what's the fight? It's like, yeah, fight and bike, fine. Fine. The game this is not, well, fine, Motor Raid. It's not that, where you can take someone out and just smack the other biker, as far as Sega bike racing. It's also not Road Rash. We've not showed up Road Rash on the show yet, where you take out, like, the bike chain and then hit them. I do want to show that we'd feasibly be showing off the Genesis versions of those. There is a great CD version that's on PlayStation, Saturn, and 3DO, but it has licensed music in it. So at that point, I'd have to mute that. It's actually some pretty big licensed music, because I know there's stuff by Soundgarden on that soundtrack, which is awesome, but it's also something like, yeah, I know I gotta turn that down. Unless I could feasibly figure how to mute that game. Or show other Road Rash games off, but I know some of those Genesis ones. In fact, I have, I think it's Road Rash 2 I have, because it's in the Genesis, it's on the Sega Genesis Mini 1. Whoa. It'll be close. Yeah, I'm not making it. Okay, so we gotta start over, but that's fine. I expected this one to be the one that we have to put the most time in. I mean, I did beat it off screen. But that's also why I ran Yakuza 6, because it's fine. There's a very easy mode, and fine. For this, because this was something when I first wanted to see as far as this game. I said, go the whole way as much as I can to also show off the ending, because actually the ending is pretty interesting in this. I actually I had not seen it before, you know, getting ready for this. Let's run Winning Run. Because you do have your selection of music just like in Outrun before you start the race. Also fine, we're also looking at this the right way as far as the visual look. Because this is how the arcade machine looked as far as the white bike with the super hang-on letters in red at the top. Like the bottom stuff as far as like the logoing and the speakers. The only thing missing is the tilting, because yeah, you were on a bike when you actually played this in the arcade. Although I haven't played this game in the arcade. Actually, I haven't played neither one of these in the arcade. This or Hang On. I just actually realized that. But yeah, because the idea of both of these games, and Outrun was sort of this way too. Basically, you're driving around, and in the case of this one, you're turning on the bike. So the idea, like, hey, have you ever seen games that do that? Actually, Motorade did that as well, as did Manx TT Superbike as far as other Sega stuff. I know there's some stuff by Raw Thrills that's around nowadays that does that. It was the idea of, like, hey, an amusement case, or as... Fine, I have my notes as far as this. When I either win this or get game over, I'll look as far as what that term was, because it's something I looked up. Okay, fine. It is Taikon, or Body Sensation Games. Or Taikon, yeah, Taikon is the name of what they are as far as Japanese. For a body simulation. Is the idea like, hey, if you're playing an arcade game or something like this, put your whole body into it. So in that case, it meant, yeah, you're going to be leaning on a bike specifically, or driving in a car like with Outrun. Or I guess as far as other cases, as far as Sega, I mean, I can't remember what that game was, the one where you're going underwater and you're kind of on, it's a little bit of a, it's almost like a roller coaster seat and you have like cannons on it. I don't remember the name of it. I'll have it down below, the name of it, and feasibly a picture of what it is. Definitely like arcade light gun games of those, because I know there's House of the Dead and Virtua Cop. As far as like involvement, or fine, activity involvement. Fine, there's also other ones I know. I mentioned Silent Scope more times than I can count with the sniper rifle idea. And I want to show that one badly from Konami. And I have home ports to show it with. What's the other one that really... There's another one I was thinking of. Oh, right. Another, fine, two more by Namco. Rapid River. Actually, I don't think I've mentioned Rapid River. I don't know, Chad, if you've ever played this. It's an arcade game, this big cabinet that has a raft in it. Which is, you sit on it and it's a raft, like a boat. And it has attached to like a swivel, it has an oar, like a big oar you'd be rowing around in. And there's like handles on the side, or handles onto it that you hold on front and you basically row. And the intention also is to have a second player with you so you can row really fast. And even the case like, hey, don't row too fast, otherwise you feasibly won't get anywhere until they tell you, by the way, you have to row really quickly to run away from a dinosaur or to avoid getting sucked up into a vortex. And that game gets really strenuous as far as how it is. Because like, yeah, you're rowing like crazy on that game, but like, fine, it's your activity rowing game. That's pretty interesting. Oh, fine, actually, no, this is not the one I was thinking of as far as the Sega one. Fine, there's the other Sega active game I can think of. That was Top Skater, where on like the skateboard swivel thing. And then the other Namco game I was thinking about, I'd be remiss if I mentioned this one. I know I've mentioned this multiple times. There's not a home version of this, so I'd have to boot up MAME to show this. That is Prop Cycle. If you've ever seen that, it's a bike. It's a flying bike, and my brother in Haranack, he loves Prop Cycle. Unfortunately, yeah, how the hell do you get that one in the home? Fine. There was a bike peripheral on the Super Nintendo. So fine, but that was not a Super Nintendo era release. And fine, the only other cases, I think there's like I think it's on PlayStation 2. There's an accessory I think you can basically put, you can do bike control with something, but I don't think it was made for a specific game. The one on the Super Nintendo was. It was just like this exercise bike, and there's a game that's connected to that. The device just goes for like thousands of dollars. The game itself also does. And it's also like a combo cart that has the Super Nintendo game based on Speed Racer, which the game itself I think is not super expensive, but that cartridge that has it in is like thousands of dollars. Like I think one of the rarest games on the Super Nintendo. So that idea of like activity in game is fine. That's what Sega was wanting to do, and I guess that was kind of the idea of what made arcades feasibly a big case in the US, particularly in the 80s and 90s, and fine, it's Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat that were doing things without that. But nowadays, you seem to go into arcades, oftentimes you see these deluxe cabinets that have stuff like this. But they always are interesting things, like what are they going to come up with, and feasibly the idea that, hey, it seems like they maybe were throwing stuff through the wall to see what stuck, but the case that I'm oftentimes really glad they tried it, because the cases where you think like, wow, you go into an arcade or you go somewhere that has one of those things, you look at like, oh, I want to put $1 into that thing just for that reason. Even when they cost a lot of money as far as that premium cost, fine. I mentioned Hydro Thunder, that's another one, where you have the steering wheel and you have the thruster on the left and on the right to like move back and forth for accelerating and driving the boat that way. There's Arctic Thunder, which is by Midway, which there is a home port of it, but the arcade version, it's a snowmobile racing game, where you're on like a snowmobile thing and you're moving left and right with it, but then at the top of the cabinet, there's a fan that goes off when you're accelerating and actually is blowing cool air onto you. It's like, that's amazing. There's a home port that's on PS2 and Xbox, but we're playing that on the Xbox because on the PS2, the frame rate is horrific. It might be the worst running game on the PS2, and that's saying something, as far as games with frame rate problems on the PS2, or find anything even. At least the Xbox version runs decent. Although without that control method, you kind of look and realize, yeah, it's not as exciting without it, but still, playing that in the arcade is like, wow, that's kind of cool. Just saying like, fine. All these weird things as far as what they are, and in a way, I guess you could say that Sega was a company that was kind of at the forefront of that with stuff like Hang On and Outrun and things like that. And fine, I mentioned G-Lock before, which had the R360 cabinet, which is you strap yourself into a seatbelt, and you do need a seatbelt in that thing because it's the flight game, and you basically rotate yourself all around, and it rotates the cabinet around in it, and it's one of those things that, if you don't like going upside down or having that movement or a motion sickness case, maybe don't play that version of G-Lock. Actually, I think the Switch version sort of kind of replicates, it does. It sort of kind of replicates the movement of that cabinet, sort of, which is kind of fascinating. Which I guess nowadays, if you don't find a cabinet like that, some of these things are insanely hard to find as far as going into arcades, even like retro arcades and things like that. Yeah, a home port that replicates that, definitely a cool thing to see. Even if it's a case where sometimes it's like, I don't know if I want to play it that way. Like with this one. On 3DS, you have the tilting going on with it, as far as an option to have like the tilting thing with the bike as you turn. Kind of makes it harder to play, but then I was like, fine, that is how the arcade game was. You have that going. Okay, so... Okay, good. I'm getting close to the end. If I can get to this... I feel like I've either been crashing too much or I've been going too slow to make this. Whoa. Even with that that wipeout that's going to make me go a little faster on the recovery, I don't know. As I said, we'll keep going until we get this. And I did get this even today, so I do have some, it is fresh in my mind. Yeah, I was hearing feasibly the stick clicking. Uh-oh. All right, that's stage 14, but yeah, we didn't make it. We'll get there, though. Besides, we're only 2 hours in, so actually, this is not going to take that long. So the point where, when we're done, if you want to see other stuff as far as within Yakuza 6, as far as the arcade thing, we can do it. Though, as I said, feasibly, that's going to be on your decision. Find out, maybe the thing I'm doing wrong is fine. I got to have it zoomed in. Fine, that's the right way to look at it as far as what it was, but fine. We're zooming in, we're going to big. We're going to outright a crisis. That's going to be my music for this. I love all this music, but yeah, something about Outrider Crisis that just gets me in a good mood. Starts very chill, and then off you go. Good stuff going on, and yeah, just feel free to enjoy the show. As is, hope you are enjoying the show, and just hit me with anything else you got. Anything else is on your mind, game-wise, or with this game, or anything Sega arcade racing game, or really anything, or what you've been playing. In my case, yeah, since I didn't have a show last week. Fine, I was off as far as my cousin's wedding was, which was a great ceremony, as was. That's for sure. It was great to see some people as far as how it was, some cousins that I hadn't seen in a while. My cousin, of course, who got married. The idea of meeting her husband, which actually I had not met him before, as far as that. It was definitely a good case, for sure. But in between that is like when I was when I was traveling, and fine, those cases were actually a rare case. I was not driving for some of that. I did do stuff as far as game practicing this, going through stuff as far as 3DS, stuff on PSP to get ready for the PlayStation games doing in about a month or two. And then just other stuff. Specifically Castlevania Symphony of the Night, as it was. Also scoping out the Disney game we're doing next year, Bella Ninja Quest. Doing practice on Scooby-Doo Mystery, which we're doing in 3 weeks. Which I think it should be fine. It's just, I just have to make sure as far as all the mysteries are going to be set. There's only 4 of them, but the second one's really long, and 3 and 4 are actually kind of difficult, and I haven't done them in a while. And I remember the 4th one actually feasibly having a bit of a, I don't know if a difficulty spike. Okay, well, it sort of has a difficulty spike. So I was have to familiarize myself, but fine. Good news is that, fine, I technically have that and all those other things set on practice going out soon, based on how show schedule's going. Whoa. All right, that's me crashing the SDI sign. I think that was something else when it was in the arcade, based on the license that it had. There's the crushed tires. That is not based on license. Otherwise, the user would have to remove it. Okay, so going down the road as far as, I was gonna say it's like a desert, but it's like, no, it's not a desert. Okay, so my problem now is that, okay, I'm crashing a couple times. That is part of the problem. But it's also fine. I'm hitting the other bike, so fine. Good thing that came up along with Boot. And IDA, which is, I think is a reference, fine, it says at the bottom there is a reference to Enduro Racer. And also, yeah, fine, we're in wine country here because you have like the wine billboards over there. I had to use the boost to get there quicker. I do want to get to the checkpoints faster. Okay, there we go. That's a good way of doing it. So I have like 50-something seconds. As long as I have about 50 so seconds going into each area and keep that going, we'll be fine. But it's about keeping that going. It's basically about kind of pacing yourself, really. As far as this, as far as the main arcade game, there's no way in hell I'd be able to actually do this. So I said, fine, I got to do it somehow to be able to show it off because I do want to show off the game. As I said earlier, also, as much as I love my Sega arcade racing games, I just never got a whole lot of opportunity to play this one. So I'm not as familiar with this as like Outrun and Daytona USA. Those are probably the 2 big ones for me. Oh, crap. Actually, I think you fell a little differently as far as that animation, which, fine, this game does have different crash animations. Also, the one thing that lacks, or that's lacking here that is Hang On itself, or the original, I should say, is there's cases where sometimes he'll recover from a crash, he'll get up and he'll either stand up or he'll stand up and then he'll just fall to the ground on his knees. This one doesn't do that anymore. We'll show that when we get to Shenmue, because Hang On original is in Shenmue. Oh, crap. That's my problem. I keep crashing now, so fine. Fine, to quote Outrun 2, don't crash. Yeah, that's what I have to do. Okay, that being said, I do have, oh fine, it also shows you your best lap time based on how you played or how other people on the machine have played. So to kind of feather the steer. Fine, at this point, fine, I'm not going to boost because I don't feel like I'm going to do it safely. So fine, I'm playing it like the original where you didn't have that boost mechanic. That's the main difference. That in the case that you're going across different continents. Okay, so fine. I'm being sort of consistent as far as it. So hey, I'm at least in 50 seconds. So just keep it that way. Because each course is about, depending on how fast you go, like 35, 40 seconds. Yeah, but any crashes like that are going to be a problem. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if I can pull this out. Fine, we'll just keep going until we do. So in that case, that'll be fine. Whoa. Oh no. Fine, even sliding through the wood. Fine, I slid through that. That's hilarious. Yeah, yeah, so I either really need a really good one, a really good run as far as this part. Oh no. At least it bumped me that way as opposed to going into the logs or something. Alright. Yeah, I don't know. If he's like, I get the sense I might be doing worse now. By 43, that's a little better as far as how much time I have. Yeah, as long as this don't crash. That's, although that's obviously the hardest thing, I think, in this game. It's also one of those great games that, as far as like the gamer noise that come at me, like you're like, or things like that. That also, if nothing else, I guess gives you a sense like, hey, when you can get really into a game like this, you're kind of making feasibly unnatural noises, but then you talk to a gamer and you realize, oh crap. That was good as far as me getting through that in 32 seconds. Me crashing, that was not good. Fine, if you've been gaming at all, you got a case like that, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And you're like, okay, yeah, I can get it. Oh. We're also hearing the clicking. Whoa, yeah, crap, that was a tight turn off. I'm only at stage, fine, not only at stage 12, all right. Oh, crap. Fine, that was the good case of being able to recover from that, but all right, fine, come on. All right, this is gonna be close. Ah, crap, okay, I'm not winning this now. Yeah, we'll get this. Yeah, nothing else. Yeah, you do have to have stamina for these races specifically because, especially Europe, because Europe is the one that goes the longest. When we do beat it, I'll show the ending. Yeah, I didn't make it. Okay, that's fine. Okay, yeah, I think... I just need water and then we'll be set. Yeah, because 18, that's what I'm going for. I guess what I did today was something that I actually, I guess there's a limit of 10 minutes and then it stops, but fine. You still have the case going. Right, fine, let's put more coins in. Yeah, I have tons of money as far as what this is. I made sure to get enough set. Let's run Sprinter. I do have that fade in also. Actually, that's something, I'll mention that. Hang On itself did not have that. Actually, Outrun didn't have that either. The case of, yeah, that nice fade in transition, almost like a Kurosawa picture a little bit. Oh, fine. Well, fine. A lot of Kurosawa's pictures had the white. Or Akira Kurosawa, specifically. Director stuff like The Seven Samurai and Redbeard and, what's the movie of Kurosawa's that was the take on King Lear? Chat, do you know? There's a movie Akira Kurosawa made that was a take on King Lear, which I think was King Lear. It wasn't Rashomon, it was something else. But he made that as well. Fitting, because there is feasibly a game based on Seven Samurai. Except it's a remake that envisions a futuristic world with a lot of anime characters, including a hip-hop brother group with Ron. Thank you, Dolphin. That's it. Ron, that was the one. I would say, that Seven Samurai 20XX is on PS2. It is a sort of futuristic game, almost like Xenosaga a little bit in terms of how story is, except even Xenosaga has a better stuff going on in story. It definitely has better stuff going on in story. Also, it doesn't have the beatbox rapping brothers. They're talking about, enough of this falls. Like, wait, what? This is a Kurosawa adaptation, and it is an adaptation of his movie, sort of. It's a loose one. But I was like, wait, what? Okay, that was it. Ron, that was the one. Thank you, Dollyfin. I had a feeling she might know specifically, or like, I should remember which one that is. Actually, yeah, one of his I have not seen, as surprisingly. I know I should. I was also a big fan of Redbeard, which is a movie, because actually I saw a couple of his when I was in college. That was one of them. That was kind of a surprise to me, as far as that one specifically, because like I'd known some of the others, but I saw that. It was actually this really good drama about a doctor in like a Japanese country hospital. There we go. Wow. Yeah, it's kind of tight as far as making those cases of going through, but fine. I took that risk to make it going on. I guess it worked. Whoa. Yeah, fine. At the end of the last course we did, I had a nice drink. So feasibly the case of this one, our Outrun driver will have our hang-on driver will have a nice drink. Fine. Outrun driver didn't care about drinking as far as the end of that game. Any of the end of the paths in that one. Okay, so yeah, level 6, not bad now. I mean, fine, as long as just keep the top. Oh, crap. Fine, one crash will be okay, but I gotta avoid crashing. Yeah, the later courses are hard for that because of the way the turns go. So, oh, crap. Fine, if I'm gonna crash, I'm glad I crashed that way so that, yeah, you saw that there, it's way faster on recovery. And I do like the other thing, actually. Yeah, you hear like the sound. Fine, you don't hear the beep beep when you pass by the drivers like in the original. You hear, I guess, on the speakers the so you hear like the roaring of the engines, and they do run in stereo, so you do hear them based on the direction you pass, which is a great attention to detail. The fact that they're kind of paying attention to the stereo output of the speakers, even as far as the 1987 release. Especially when you're closer to them, I believe it's louder when that happens. Whoa. There we go. Oh, yeah, he's kind of spinning. Actually, yeah, you don't spin, because actually in the original Hang-On game, when you went off course, your bike would spin when you don't hit something. But yeah, that doesn't happen to you in this one. It only happens to the other bikes, which is interesting. I don't know why that is, but yeah, it's kind of like an interesting tables turning case. Like, they're the ones feasibly going out of control. There we go, there's the change in time of day. I think we're halfway there. Or almost halfway there. Crap. Yeah, we'll get this, don't worry. And as I said, this is also, if nothing else, also proving the reason why I said we're using the Yakuza 6 with this one, because at least then I can show the ending. Fine. I'll say this, if it gets really, really bad and I don't do it in 2 hours, say, I don't think this is going to happen. Well, fine, it's going to happen this time because, you know what, fine. You know what, I'm feasibly not even going to try as far as this because I've already crashed too many times. Though it does happen too much. I did record what the end of this is like as a clip on this console so I can show it. Fine, I'll keep going as much as I can on this, and then fine, the next one I'll have to do that. Although I'll say this, it's better feasibly than doing the world mode in 3DS where, like, hey, it's 48 levels in a row, and if you get to the end on level 48 before you beat it, and you're out of time, yeah, you gotta go all the way back. Although, actually, one thing that the 3DS version has that, fine, so this is a direct arcade port, more or less, that this doesn't have is it has a stage select. Actually, for that version, the stage select is actually every 2 levels. It's not for every level, which is interesting, I guess. So actually, in that case, you don't have to start over. You can, unless you're doing world mode. World mode, they don't give you an option to select level on that. No, they don't. If I'm not making this one, yeah, there's some places to let in town, and there's something in the street. Yeah, fine, I'm not winning, so I'm just gonna not even bother. We gotta start this over. I need to be in a better case and not crashing. But nothing else, we're gonna be filling up that leaderboard specifically. Well, fine, we'll get down here. So eventually it'll be a case where, fine, I won't even be on the leaderboard because it holds your top 7, I believe, times. Okay. You know, maybe you also are not completely in the old school mentality on this. So let's go winning run. Let's look at it in CRT mode. So yeah, it is pixelated this way because of the CRT display emulation, which is not a bad look of it. Sometimes these look a little weird, but this one looks okay. It does look a bit darker and not as sharp as without it. And fine, if I get game over on this one, I'll switch it back. Or fine, if I beat this one, I'll also switch it back and get to the ends. Or I might get in case, like, fine, I'll change it as I race, which probably is a dangerous thing to do. In fact, I'm not going to do that until I either get to the end or get the game over. Yeah, that's the success. Oh, the key to the success here is, yeah, as long as I don't crash too much, or if you're playing this, you don't crash too much, you'll be okay. But you do have to be worried about keeping your speed up. So yeah, you do have to still maintain that speed, and it's worth pointing out one other thing, which is, if I were to let go of the accelerator, you don't actually stop. It's actually one of the few arcade racing games I'm aware of where you actually will coast at 90 kilometers per hour. You can't beat the game doing that, it's worth pointing out, but you don't actually stop. Even if you brake, you don't stop. The only case you stop is when you get to the end or if you crash into something. You do get the nice aspects of going through these stages and seeing the different scenery. So yeah, it does give you a sense like, hey, we're going a lot of different places and seeing a lot. So actually there's a lot to see. Ow. Fine, first crash in stage 4, not bad. The cases were fine, I could do better. Yeah, fortunately, yeah, that one was kind of getting in the way of the lane. Fine. The rules of the road don't apply here, feasibly. Fine. I'm proving they don't apply because I'm just running down the road and saying, fine, I'm going wherever I want. But they're also going where they want. And also their AI is a bit more dynamic than Hang On itself because of the fact that, yeah, they will feasibly swerve into lanes in ways they didn't in the other one. Yeah, oftentimes, usually, they tend to follow the path. Fine, we'll take another look at that when we get to Shenmue and show up Hang On in there. But from what I remember, they tended to kind of just stay online as opposed to this one. Part of the advancement that they did. Still having a good time with this one. Yeah, it's also a case where, fine, I'm definitely in the game of focus, leaning forward, Sometimes being silent as far as what it is, but also a case of managing it enough. And of course, gripping the right trigger and right bumper very hard. To the point where maybe I should, switch it up. So like, fine, I'm using my middle finger on the right trigger and saying, fine, I could use the X button for the boost if I want to. And, maybe I'll just do that. Ow. Yeah, you do have options as far as controls on this. You can accelerate with B and then do the boost on X, or accelerate on right trigger and use right bumper for the boosts, and brake on left trigger or A button. Even though you can't customize the controls in this outside of the console's button map feature, fine. You sort of couldn't in Outrun either on Switch. Fine. You couldn't do it the way I want to, because I said I want to drive on the right trigger and or accelerate on the right trigger and brake on the left. Switch, I had to go around the setup for that to do it, but either way, yeah. They still give you a couple options as far as running this at least, which is nice. And also, if you do want to use the D-pad for steering, you can. And it's not like Shenmue where there actually is a difference based on how the steering is. Because you use D-pad in Shenmue, you actually hold in the turn fully until you adjust the D-pad again. Don't know why it does that. We'll show that when we start Shenmue in December. But it's also weird, like, why does it do that? And why is it the D-pad of all things that does that? Okay, that's stage 10. Actually, yeah, on time I'm doing pretty good. Watch, it's gonna be hilarious if, yeah, it took the CRT mode for me to do it. Fine. I'd be in the right 1987 mentality. That's the idea of this one. Oh, so there we go. So yeah, now it's nighttime and we'll be set. Okay, so actually, yeah, this is going way better so far. Yeah, if I can keep that time going and basically have that many seconds at each time you hit a checkpoint, we'll have this. Yeah, as long as you just don't hit into things, or fine, hit into the billboards. Just say, that's really the case of it. Fine. Oh, crap. Fine, yeah, he's spinning away. He's like, yeah, fine, get off the road that way. Actually, I don't even think that's the one that knocked me off. It's like, fine, I'm getting revenge that way. Ah, crap. It's that same area I hit. But fine, with more time, I'll take it. It's not bad now. Yeah, and where there's a straightaway, use that. Well, fine, try to. Also trying to get a sense of where is it going to be safe to use that boost. Here it is. Sorta. Actually, yeah, it was a pretty good case. All right, there we go. 66. Yeah, those big time numbers. Love seeing that. Whoa. Especially stage 13, so actually, yeah, this is going okay. Just have to hold on. Just have to be consistent with my driving, make sure I don't crash. Yeah, with more bikes coming around, yeah, that's not going to be easy. Yeah, more bikes coming around, more turns, more things on the side of the road, and often, okay, there we go, checkpoint. Oh, crap. Yeah, 'cause look at those bikes going by. Yeah, they're all bunched up. Yeah, usually in Hang On, the original, they oftentimes would be a case where you usually wouldn't catch up to them. So actually, it's interesting that, yeah, you can when they pass by in this one. But then that also means that, hey, you got to be careful as far as, you know, making sure you pass by each of them without, you know, getting yourself crashing. Yeah, because there's a lot of them. All right, here we go. We're at least going to make it to stage 14 this time. There we go. There's tons of bikes there. Fine. Every not crash I take, I'm going to take. I'm very happy to see that. It is lucky. And although I'll say this, I think it's maybe easier in this game than Hang On to avoid crashing, just because of the way that the billboards and everything are placed. So oftentimes whenever I bounce, actually I think they just by default make the bounce back not quite as heavy as it is. I mean, I mentioned the difficulty stuff on 3DS that changes that. But I think, Hang On, I think you bounce back further when you hit into another bike. Fine, in that case I slid into that, but that's okay. Level 16, only 2 more to go. Just hold on, or hang on, that's the idea. I used the right terminology. Okay, we're almost at the next checkpoint. Okay. I know the turns here get insane, so I gotta be careful. So if I'm not gonna be boosting for a while here, that's probably by design. Yeah. Fine, there's like the Biker Brothers. They look exactly the same as far as what they are, as far as their color palettes. Like, fine, they know each other. They know we're getting close, and they want to stymie our efforts. So I was like, no, we're not stymieing this, or they're not gonna be getting in the way. Whoa. Honestly, yeah, they're giving me more trouble than anything, because, yeah, I'm kind of slowing down. All right, fine. Okay, here we go. As long as I'm just careful, we'll get through this, and it'll be CRT mode that did it for me. For us. Whoa, shit, whoa. Yeah, because some of them are further positioned off the road, as opposed to Hang On, where they're actually usually like right on the side of the road. Almost. Nice and easy, but keep going. Ow! Damn it. Yeah, because there's a tough turn and then it's a straightaway. Okay, it might be this. This might actually be... I think this is it. We're going to get it. Hang on. All right, we did it. Oh, shit. No, I don't want to do that. Here we go. This is the ending. Got it. Yeah, sorry for that mistake there, but here we go. We did it. Thank God. And let's have an interview. Yeah, because this is who the Hang On guy is. He's an old guy who has a smoking perspective. He likes smoking his pipe. And the reporter's like, wait, look at this old guy here. So, yeah, fine. In 1987, we also had Metroid, where, spoiler warning, at the end of Metroid, Samus Aran was revealed as a woman. People didn't know. As far as nobody did, really. This is the case of that, too. As you're getting the Dino Dance from Dolly Finn, great job, thank you. Woo! That was it, but man, that was not easy, but not bad. But high score with score, dang. Woo! Okay. So there we go. That is the complete look as far as Super Hang On, ladies and gentlemen. But we're not done yet. We don't think we are, as we're seeing a nice catch and applause by Dolly Finn, thank you. Okay, so, trying to think as far as what this is, because we're sort of done with the look at the game. Let's do beginner again. I'll do Outrider Crisis. We'll just have a nice perspective of this going through once more. Because at this point, I guess I'll go into final thoughts on this one. Yeah, as I said, I don't have as many experiences with Super Hang On as some of the other Sega racing games. That being said, this is a really fun game still, and it's a nice enhancement on Hang On itself. Because, yeah, Hang On is a great game as far as what it was, but as I mentioned a couple times, we've come to that. After a while, after this game came out, Sega just said, fine, we're just going to port this. And made sense, because it is an enhanced version. It gives you more. It definitely is a nice build on what Hang On did. And it continued the dynasty of Sega when it came to their arcade racing games as far as the 80s and then into the 90s with this stuff as well. But it is something that it has a nice sense of personality, more at the endings really than other stuff compared to like Outrunners, say. But it does have a good style to itself. It looks really nice. It's very smooth how it races as far as how it scrolls along. The music's really, really cool and catchy. The sound effects do give you the sense that, hey, of the power of bikes. And that boost really makes things interesting. That, in particular, that is a terrific mechanic they came up with. As far as that really adds a lot of dimension. And really, when you think about it, as far as the idea of, like, what does a sequel do to build on the original game, it's a great way to do that. That and the selection of continents. So it's not the path system exactly from Outrun, but it does give you the sense of saying, hey, you know, we can show off all these cores. You can go through, challenge your skills. Start on the easy way of saying, hey, we'll go through a couple levels on Africa, but then saying, hey, you know, with more practice, you can get stuff going to get through and get to all of the endings. And it's really satisfying when you get there. Even though I had to put the difficulty down for the purpose of what that was, still something that, yeah, it's a really good time. And if you haven't played Super Hang-On before, if you have Yakuza 0 or Yakuza 6, or if you are curious in getting those, it is available in both those games. You have to unlock it in Yakuza 0. In 6, you have it unlocked when you come to this Club Sega arcade. I'll show that in a second. And also in Fist of the North Star, Ken's Rage is not, I'm thinking that's the Namco game, which is on 360. I think it was on Wii U as well. And I think it was on PS3. Lost Paradise is the name of the Fist of the North Star game that has it. It's by the same people who made Yakuza. So that has unlocked in it as well. And the other ports of it is on Sega Genesis. There's the Sega Genesis Mini 2 that has that version. We do have a reason feasibly to show that version too, because there is an original mode in that where you actually race along, and as you go along, you get money to buy upgrades for your bike. Kind of like Top Gear a little bit. Although, actually, in fact, in that case, I think we could justify showing it off. Oh, in fact, you know, fine, I'm just crashing my way. I want to see something. Okay, because I got to the goal on very easy. That's fine. I want to see if I can... Yeah, fine. I'm going to wait till they tell me, like, hey, do you have a high score to enter here? Because when I do, I want to see something. Because, okay, I do. And great high score music. I do like that. Okay, I would recommend you play this, but what I'm saying is, because I'm being a little coy on this, I want to try something. I'm going to feasibly be using the audience as a guinea pig on something, but I want to see something, because I mentioned that Sega Genesis version. I want to see, and also, as we're pointing out, if I'm getting up and moving around, I just got to see where I have it. It's over here, so actually you're able to hear it this way. I want to put something to the test. I've always said on this program that, hey, I do things when it comes to console switches. I'm always concerned about how feed cutting works on system. But I want to see something. Especially when it comes to a console that is, what is it? I'm trying to think of what's the thing I'm trying to think here. When it comes to a system that's running HDMI, because I've usually had cases like, hey, you know, when I have like component or composite cables and things like that, I can switch stuff into that and it won't do feed cuts. I want to test something, I really do. Because like, if we're doing the Super Hang-On experience, if I can make this work, I want to see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and see can I switch the feed to my Sega Genesis Mini 2, which is HDMI controlled? So the picture's going to go out if I try this. But I want to put this to the test. I really do. Because if this feasibly works, this means that I might have a way to keep show going and not have to be as, I guess, feasibly paranoid when it comes to a cut of something like this. And if I do this, and it does work, it means that I also can show you the Sega Genesis version right now. Because fine, we showed the arcade version. If I can make this go, I just want to see this. Let's see. So what I'm going to do is actually, I'm going to plug in the Sega Genesis Mini 2 somewhere. Actually, you know what? I'll plug it into my power strip instead, so I'll have some distance to the couch, because I'm running the case of it where I have a wired controller for that, unlike Series X. So, this is going to be the moment of truth. Also, I want to see, is this... Okay, it's still running audio on this. Let's see. No, we're not... Fine, we are exiting the game. We're not exiting it that way. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, I'm turning on my Genesis Mini 2. I'm taking the HDMI cable out of my Series X. I want to see something. The picture's going to go out, but this is going to be normal. I think the stream's still go on, but if not, I'll see you later. And if not, I'll come back. I'm curious. I really am. Because saying, okay, I think it worked. Okay, so, yeah, chat, you still there, I think. Because I said, you know what? I figured, you know what? We did the case of the arcade case of it. So, you know what? Let's show that Genesis Mini 2 version. Let's show okay, it did work. All right. So, fine, you know, okay, so... Then, all right, fine, it went blank, and that was intended. But all right, so then I can switch HDMI consoles on the fly. You'll see the feed go out. But in this case, you're not seeing it here. So all right, fine, I'll tell you what we're gonna do now. We're gonna show you the Genesis version. I kind of didn't think like, hey, can I do this? But I said, you know, I gotta try this. Let's give a look at it. So fine, I showed you the arcade version. But what was the 1989 Sega Genesis version like? Well, we're going to find out. So yeah, when the Genesis came out in 1989, Sega was all about arcade ports. This is before Sonic the Hedgehog came out, it's worth pointing out. And here is the game when it is running Genesis. This was a launch title, at least. If it wasn't a launch title, it was pretty damn close to being a launch title on the Sega Genesis. So definitely not as smooth as what we saw before as far as the arcade version. But it's not bad. I mean, when it comes to arcade ports of Segas, there was Altered Beast, which came bundled on the console. There's Golden Axe. There was Super Thunderblade, which sort of was an arcade port, but sort of wasn't. And then there was this. And there was Space Harrier 2, which is a sequel to Space Harrier, but was not the same case. But let's take a look at how Super Hang-On translated to Genesis. I said when we did that Genesis Mini 2 showcase, it translated better than you might think, but now I think we're going to give it a look. And I think we'll do this. This won't be a full look, but I'm going to take a couple looks. We'll take a look at arcade mode. That being said, I'm also going to see about the volume. I have it at -15.2, but I think I can justify it being a bit higher here. I think. If it's too loud, chat, let me know. There's Outright Crisis, Sprinter, Winding Road, Hard Road. Well, I'll show each of these. That being said, I gotta remember what's the accelerate button. Okay, acceleration is on B button. That being said, this is... Okay, fine, this is fucking slow. Jesus. Okay, it's not too loud, okay. Okay, fine, this is way slower, and... Okay, A is your brake, B is your accelerate. Okay, fine, this is way slower. Okay, fine. Okay, fine, this is a bit... Fine, okay, this is way slower. Okay, you have Genesis logos here. Okay, so, fine, all right. It's much slower if you don't boost. So fine, this version wants you to boost. But fine, this is showing, if nothing else, how did the... Fine, that's me crashing. Okay, I mean, all right, fine, frame rate's low. But it's also something that... Yeah, it looks the part. It's more on the stuff with the boost. Maybe that's my problem. Yes, it's fine. This is definitely a bit... Fine, this is to be a bit of a demo, I think, above anything else. Although, one thing I'm wondering, which is, do you still have the... I want to see something. You do still have the slide, okay. So it is replicating the arcade game accurately, generally speaking. It's just it's way slower. Okay, fine, it's really slow, fine. I think maybe I was wrong when I said, hey, you know, it's a better port than I expected. Fine, fine. It doesn't just slow above anything else, but it still controls fine. It's not like Super Thunderblade where, man, that game's controls like garbage. And it also runs really bad. It just feels slow. Fine, because we showed the other one. I think that's the idea. Maybe, okay, fine. Pro tip to you. If you want to play Super Hang-On Genesis, don't play them back-to-back with the arcade version. Otherwise, you're just like, man, it's night and day. Fair enough, I guess, because fine. The Genesis is nowhere near as powerful as the arcade board this came out of. In fact, in that case, I'll tell you what I'll also do. I'll do two other things. Fine, well... And in that case, it also just takes you back to the Sega screen. But I'm going to do two things. I'm going to show an original mode. Let's take a look at that. Right, because this is new. You have Mia Ferraro, and then your mechanic, and the pharmacy that sponsored me. I don't know. We sponsored by CVS tonight. I guess, chat, what pharmacy do you think we should be sponsored by tonight? I guess it would be CVS, Rite Aid. If you want to go back in time to People's Drug, I'll have a picture of what People's Drug is, which I think actually was folded into CVS. Or just your local mom and pop pharmacy, specifically of wherever you're living. Yes, oh, do you remember, was it People's Drug? Or fine, I remember the advertisements going, People's Drug. Yeah, were they bundled into CVS? Point is, whoever they are, they're our sponsor. Fine, People's Drug is our sponsor tonight. That has to be it. And there's gonna be something in the thumbnail saying the logo People's Drug. It was like, what the fuck is this? Well, yeah, they don't understand how our show runs specifically, but all right. In original mode, so this is the other reason I'm glad I was able to figure this and we get to pull this out. You can upgrade your parts. So you have Rival, specifically. So this is Mia Ferraro, but I'm gonna go into the parts thing. So you can buy stuff for your bike. The Iron Cradle, the OHC normal as far as frame, engine, drum, tires, oil, and muffler. Actually, maybe, I'll tell you this, maybe it's a case where for this game, the original mode is gonna make it run faster. In fact, I believe, let me look at this. Because when I took down, actually, from what I understand, I believe that the upgrades on this were based on, I guess, Honda upgrades, sort of, although I don't think they named them even the original. Point is, like, but I can't afford anything, so fine, I can talk to my mechanic. Fine, Ricardo Montoya, okay, Ricardo Montoya, so it's like the Princess Bride. So I'm Ricardo Montoya, you killed my father, fair to die. I was like, I didn't kill him, like maybe my rival did, I don't know, is that why we're doing this? The point is fine. I guess we're doing okay is what my mechanic's saying, so fine. Oh wait, Mia Ferraro is our rival, so that's us, so we gotta beat her, I guess. We can buy parts as far as our sponsors, so we have our mechanic. See what he's saying, he's just saying that, and, oh wait a minute. Oh, I can buy new mechanics, okay, so Miki Asawa, Kotaro Kita, Takeshi Onda, Tom Jones, the musician? Okay, I didn't know he was in this game. Sonny Ilovich, Mickey Y, or Way. Okay, so we can get different mechanics running on. And I guess we could quit, but alright, fine, we're gonna race. Alright, C button. Fine, let's hear how Sprinter sounds in 16-bit. Okay, so in this case we only have two We have two parts of this race. Also, whoa, okay, Jesus Christ. Okay, fine. Actually, I think I'm going slower in this than I was in the main mode. Okay, so maybe, okay, fine. Maybe I was wrong when I said, hey, you know, this handles it better than expected, unless it's a case where those parts are going to make it run better. Oh, Christ. Yeah, this is, oh, okay, fine. Okay, here's the thing, though. We don't have a timer. We have a lap timer. It's just weird that it's slower than the main game. But either way, it's showing, like, how do they bring this home? And fine, it goes, if nothing else, to the fact that when it came to an arcade port like this, you were not going to get the arcade version at home, usually. It's just, I guess, a question of how much of the arcade experience did you not get? And also, I guess at that point, how much of it are you willing to go for? I mean, fine, this was really early in the Genesis' life, really early. Because it was 1989 when it came out, which is when the Genesis did. Actually, in some cases, yeah, he's not turning much until I really press on it. So fine, all right. I guess it's feasibly a rough port. I mean, fine, because I'm going to show up the Outrun port in this as well. Fine, you know what? I'll show the Outrun port and I'll also show you how shitty the port of Outrunners is. Because why not? Because I'm on this now, I may as well prove that point. Oh, okay, here's my question. Let's go through the full case of this. If I have brake over there, and this was the days before the 6-button controller, so there's nothing 6-button running on this. I do like the remix of Sprinter in this, though, I'll say that. And Outrider Crisis. And we'll hear the other two. I'll make sure we hear the others. Okay, so fine, it is slow, but fine, this is a driving game. I guess it doesn't matter, but I guess then the question is this, which is that when we get to upgrading part, is that going to make the bike go faster? And how much of this is feasibly the tech of the Genesis? Because fine, I'll say this. Fine, frame rate's slow. Your reaction's kind of slow, I'll say that. I don't know if I'd say, maybe there is a little bit of a button delay, I'll say that. And I don't know how much of that is this unit. Because I think this unit does sometimes get accused of that, and also of, oh, okay, so it's almost like, Okay, so I'll tell you what it's almost like. It's like a rally racing game, in that you basically race against the opponent or your rival for best time. But here's my question. Yeah, fine, my rival took as long almost to get through here as I did for the first leg of this. But does that mean I don't get to continue if I don't get my bike set? That I'm curious about. Okay, something else, this is also, in a way, kind of a blind look at myself at this game, sort of. I mean, fine, I briefly played this. Before we did that Genesis Mini 2 showcase last year, I did boot this up. I booted every game up in this to do an audio test to say, hey, chat says they might want to see this. If that's the case, I'm going to be ready for any viewer request that was asked for. Which I was glad to be in the case of that when we got there. So I did boot this game up. So maybe it was a case that, fine, I was looking at it on a very limited basis. So it kind of is more of a leisurely case, at least right now, unless it's like, hey, you know, going through. Although, I think graphically it looks pretty decent. And it's not like it scrolls bad, just that it's slow. And I said, I'll show the Outrun port on this as a comparison. I will not necessarily go in that brief, and I'll also show Outrunners on this, because fine, the Outrunners port of this is awful. But unfortunately, there's no other way I can show you that without using the name, because Sega's never re-released the arcade version. Like, please, I'm begging you. Fine, that's me next. To Ryo Gogata, the people who make the Yakuza Like a Dragon games. Next time you make a Like a Dragon game, can you get license for Outrunners, please? Even if you have to take, actually, I don't know if there's any famous logoing in Outrunners. if you have to do that to get that ported, I'd love it. Fine. They did Daytona USA 2. They did Motor Rage. They did Fighting Vipers 2. There's a lot of games that never got home ports in this country, or ever, period, as in the case of Daytona 2. And especially with Motor Rage. Motor Rage's never been ported at all. The same way Daytona 2 sort of did with, what was it? Outrun 2, but even then, not exactly. I've lost. Okay, so I guess she lost. Okay, so in that case, you basically go for a best lap time against the rival. Okay. And you have a win-loss tally. Okay. For $1,200, we'll go. Okay, so I got some money. Let's see if we can at least upgrade something, just to see what this looks like. Okay, so I can get other things. Double cradle, aluminum double cradle, aluminum space, titanium monocoque. Engine of... Oh, that's what I have on engine. Okay, so I feasibly could show this. Anti-skid, as far as brakes, double disc, ventilated disc, drum. I guess that's what I got. The frame got to be changed. Okay, he's saying, I guess I took damage. Is that... Okay, here we go. Better change the brake. My engine's in top condition. The muffler got to be changed. My oil's in top condition, and my tire's in top condition. So, what he's saying is that I guess I got to change my parts. Okay. Change the brake. Okay, fine. We'll change the brake. Because the other thing was thinking, like, hey, wait a second. Fine, I got the muffler, and I can't afford the frame. So, fine, the frame's going to have to go. I was going to say, hey, can I upgrade something specifically this way? Or... is there a code I could put in to feasibly get tons of money? Oh, no, I didn't mean to buy the brake again. Fine, let's give it another run, and then I'll... wasn't a winning run. Okay, so it's a little interesting. So it's almost... whether it's actually going to make me go faster, I don't know. I'll say this, if I don't end up being able to show a better engine or something... I'll see if maybe I can find a long play of this online. Fine, I can find a long play of this online to see if running through the original mode gives you faster speed or if this is just the way the game is. But is it... although here's the question. They're saying, hey, I gotta fix the frame. Oh, my frame broke. Oh, when you retire out of the race when it breaks. Oh, okay. I don't just crawl, and so I lost. $400 could pay off, so fine. They're giving me money anyway. I guess I can't afford afford it. So wait, here's my question, which is fine. Let's listen to this. I just want to see something then. So I have a broken frame. So if I crash again, I just instantly lose. All right, fine. Oh, I just can't even drive. Shit. So what happens? I don't have the money to afford it. Oh, so I just have to... so basically I have to keep losing or I can't race. Okay. Fine, I do need to show... and okay, and you get a password if you hit quit. Okay. Fine, in that case, I'll run arcade again. Let's look at this so we get more of a run on Hard Road. We barely heard Hard Road. We heard a little bit of Winning Run. Yeah, let's see what America looks like in this. Fine, I'll show what each of them look like, just to get a sense of like what we're looking at here. Yeah, it seems like, yeah, the main game seems like it's a little faster than the normal one. And maybe it's because, hey, you gotta build up your parts. Okay, but it does... okay, that's interesting, though. So it does basically make it so that it's almost... there's more strategy to it than, like, hey, you have to be careful when you drive, otherwise, you know, you're going to be losing parts, and then you're basically going to not be able to race. But you have to take losses, I guess, until you can basically get enough money, I guess, to replace your frame, as one example. So, not what I was expecting. Kind of interesting still. Okay. So yeah, good on, I mean, interesting idea. So if nothing else, it also gives a sense that, fine, okay, this is something the arcade version didn't do. And as far as I know, I think this is the only version of the game that has this. I don't think any of the ports of this game have this. I know the 3DS version doesn't have this. I don't think the other ones had it either. I think it's only in the Genesis version, so fine. Sega said, all right, fine, if we're going to bring this home on Genesis, let's make it more, I guess, in a case of people, I don't know, want to have more of a longevity with this game, which is interesting. That thought that, and I guess this we can go to this too when it comes to arcade ports, which is, when it comes to an arcade game, usually thought like, hey, you want to have the experience of the arcade game at home, which is cool, but then again, it's also something, I guess companies, I know Namco thought this a lot, especially with with Tekken and with Soul Calibur as a couple examples. They said, fine, let's give you tons of modes and things to add more to the arcade, from the arcade game to the home experience. And that's how Soul Calibur is better than on the Dreamcast than it is in the arcade. Not least which also because they took the graphic tech they had before and said, we're going to make it even better. But then they said, fine, here's more modes, here's more characters, as that example. So I guess Super Hang-On's case, they're saying, we're giving you more too, saying, hey, we'll have this original mode where you're buying parts. And changes the dynamic of how the game plays in a way that's still unique to it to this very day. So, yeah, give them credit there, even though, like, fine, it's not running that fast, but not bad. I mean, it's like we said with Top Gear 2, is that Top Gear 2 looked choppy feasibly from the eye if you just look at it. But you play it, it still feels good to play, and I think, even though this one looks way choppier, I think it's kind of the same thing that it still plays fine. It's not something that I'm like, hey, I feel like it's a really bad case. It's fine. We saw the arcade version, so fine. There's going to feasibly be no going back compared to that, but I guess Sega knew that and said that, fine, we're going to have to rationalize this somehow. Okay, in this version, all right, I'm glad to see that. You can hit the side of the checkpoint, okay? That was not something the arcade version did. So I guess they said, fine, we can't be the arcade version, but we're going to try and bring it home as much as we can, and we'll give you something extra. Which, to be fair, is something that Sega did a lot when it came to arcade ports of theirs, of this era, especially Golden Axe. You know, Golden Axe gave you different, it gave you extra levels. And it gave you an easier mode where you can play as, or play against Death Adder Jr. It's an abbreviated version of the game. And they also gave you the duel mode, where you're able to have a head-to-head with another player. So fine, not one-to-one necessarily with the arcade, but they said, fine, we're coming close, I suppose we can with this tech to start, so that people would feasibly say, okay, fine, we get your take, but like, fine, we're getting launched. So, all right, that's definitely an interesting thing to that, all right. And I'm very interested I was able to show the switching of tech on the fly. I'm glad I was able to do that, I really am. I've honestly been afraid to try that, because I said, fine, I don't want to shut the entire show down with no reason. So, alright, that's a good case. So fine, I'm going to show off the other two areas of this, and then I'm going to show briefly Outruns port to this as a comparison's sake, and then Outrunners as well. Okay, we didn't do Junior. Let's listen to more on Winning Road, because I didn't, or Winning Run, I should say, because we didn't hear it much. But if nothing else is like, yeah, that's, if nothing else is like, I'll say this, I always do the joke of we plan this show, I swear to God, I actually did not plan this. It's something I just thought to myself when I was talking as far as the end of Super Hang-On for the arcade. I said, fine, to quote another Sega game, Sonic Adventure 2, as when he's in the shuttle, or Sonic's in the shuttle after getting launched off and saying like, hey, the Emerald should have the properties of the real one. And I remember Tails telling him that. And he says, can I do this? That's kind of was my method, my thought here, saying, can I do this? Like, fine, I may as well give it a shot. And in that case, I'm glad I was able to, so it means that feasibly for the show, if we do want to swap between HDMIs of consoles, you'll have a feed, fine, the feed's not going to be showing, but the show's not going to stop. So we could switch between systems that way. And nothing else, it means that I'm giving the show, and I'm definitely giving Electverse this way because he requested Super Hang-On and said, I'm giving you a little bit of a bonus. saying, hey, I showed the game you wanted to see, I got it fully as far as it, but what was its Genesis port like? So it's one of those things that kind of just fell off the fly. I said, can I do this? And I was, I think I need to try it, and it worked, so in that case, I'm glad about it. And feasibly, hoping no issue on the audio side for this. Fine, I'm using the different tech this time, so I don't think it's gonna happen. If it does, I'm gonna go nuts. I'm gonna say, fine, these Sega arcade racing games are cursed when it comes to recording them for the show. I hope not. It's fine. It's a topic of mine that's a favorite. I love talking about Sega arcade racing games. I love playing them. I love showing them. I love going to aspects of them. I've gone on that train before so many times. So, and the color. Okay, I'll say that. Fine. So, but in that case, that's why I like to do that with the Sega arcade racing games. But yeah, the color even. Because fine. The Super Bowl game started drinking game. I'm going to briefly say this. It's two things. One, take a drink anytime I mention Piling 64, which this is, I think, the second or third time I mentioned that tonight. Take a drink anytime I say we play in the show, I swear to God, which I've said twice, technically. I guess feasibly the intro and outro, you can take a shot for that. And also taking a look at, fine, Dolly Finn's the one who talks about the colors, and there's not, you know what, fine, I want to see not Marilyn Monroe, but it's also the case that, fine, this is the drinking game on my part. When we play something on Sega Genesis, I always say, the Sega Genesis had 64 colors on screen at the same time compared to 256 for the Super Nintendo. That is the drinking game that way, because I always say that, all the time. But then looking at this and saying, wow, this still looks really good, even against the arcade version we just saw. And it seems like even the road scrolling is kind of smooth, even though the game just seems to move slow. Slower in the original mode, weirdly enough, which I don't know why that is. Because technically I think there might be less detail in that, to a certain extent based on design. But either way, so that's that idea. I was thinking like, yeah, it does look still pretty nice, even though it's like, fine. You want to play Super Hang-On, I'd say the arcade version, but if you also like the idea of the original mode, and you take feasibly the slow speed of this one, Genesis is not a bad choice either. It doesn't cost much if you have a Genesis. And if you have Sega Genesis Mini 2 like I do, it is on that. And that is, I believe, actually its only other port. Fine, this was on Wii Virtual Console, I do remember that. But the arcade version was on Wii Virtual Console as well, but fine, you can't buy anything off of Wii Virtual Console anymore. Okay, there you go. So yeah, we had our take of going that way for the road. Okay, so that's game over, and the last thing I'm going to do for Super Hang-On here is I'm going to show the hardest course. Even the scrolling as far as just the high score stuff, that seems like it's in pretty good speed, honestly. So it's not like, fine, it's a weird one because I often talk like, hey, frame rate things. I always say that. Find another case of that when it comes to the show. Or we go to the early shows and hear me say "and again" all the time, you'd probably be fucking dead after hearing that. That being said, I always talk that, but it's a case where this is a weird one as far as how the speed is, and not one I can think of like other games. Go to expert. Final Ended on Outright a Crisis, but I played everything else. And that is, it doesn't seem like the frame rate is slow or slowing down. It's just the game speed is slow. Because yeah, you're seeing the scrolling of the side of the road there. That's pretty smooth. Even the way everything is moving past, that seems kind of smooth, not as smooth as the arcade game. But other stuff seems like, yeah, that looks okay. So it's not really a frame rate. Like, I guess it's sort of frame rate, but even then, it's still surprisingly fluid. It's not choppy the way that something like Space Harrier 2 is. Space Harrier 2 is insanely choppy on this console. But yeah, so it's kind of interesting thinking about how this is even running as far as this. Yeah, clearly the Genesis was not capable of that, but fine, okay. Sega tried it on the Sega Master System as well. In fact, I don't remember if Super Hang-On was on Sega Master System. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but I know that Hang-On itself was. And that was a case where, yeah, that was a weird one getting that running, and same with Outrun. I mentioned when we played Outrun. I said, hey, Outrun is weird when running on this console, but then they made that 3D version where the 3D version uses that VR headset thing for the console. In that case, they kind of were able to make it run smoother, where it's not arcade quality exactly, but it's something that it still looked really nice. It still ran way smoother than even the original version. Even though this didn't have that tech from the arcade machines built into it, because fine, the Genesis could only do so much. But I'll say this, I could feasibly imagine fans of the arcade game not being upset exactly, saying like, oh man, they screwed up this arcade version of our beloved game, or my beloved game, for whoever it would be. I mean, hey, we've seen cases of like bad arcade games before, as far as going back in history. People's like, oh, the 2600 port of Pac-Man being a problem. That felt like it's way off and not necessarily that fun compared to it. This one looks the part, I mean, but it's also a case of, fine, what are those concessions going to be, and how much are they going to be getting in your way, and then what are they going to do to make it so that you feasibly will either ignore that, or you'll say, hey, I'm getting more value because I have the original mode in this one. Which seems like a good way of going, although I will say, when it comes to arcade ports to Genesis, I actually think of the launch lineup, I think Golden Axe is the best one. Well, Golden Axe is kind of the best one, and actually Altered Beast, I'd say. Altered Beast is not super far off the arcade, which I guess is the reason why they bundled it in with the system when it first came out. And outside of that, actually, Outrun's surprisingly impressive as far as what it was, as I'll show in a little bit. I'm trying to think of the best arcade ports on Genesis. Chat, what do you think? What are some of your favorite arcade games got ported to Sega Genesis that did them really right? I mean, you could sort of say the Mortal Kombat games, sort of. In fact, I'll tell you what we'll do. Since we did do the cases, I'm going to go back to the Genesis Mini 2 screen. I'll show the Outrun port, but I want to take a look at everything that got arcade ports, because I want to see something, see if my memory's jogged at all. All right, here you go. Yeah, you're looking as far as Outrun Genesis, so yeah. It's a curious look for it. And if you all have Outrun or Super Hang-On, not Outrun. We'll show Outrun in a minute. Yeah, not bad. Not the arcade game, but still definitely something interesting. Because I want to see, like, okay, fine. Arcade ports that are on this. Let's take a look. Okay, Afterburner 2, that's an arcade port. Atomic Runner was an arcade port. So is Bonanza Brothers. Fatal Fury 2, that was an arcade port. Actually, Fatal Fury 2 is pretty impressive. I have favorite games, but I honestly don't know what platforms. What about House of the Dead? Yeah, because House of the Dead, as far as the home ports it got, it was on the PC, it's on Sega Saturn. There's the remake that was on Switch, PS4, Xbox One, PC, Stadia. As far as that kind of game, what do you think as far as shooters on Genesis? What do you think about that? Because there was the Menacer accessory to the Genesis. House of the Dead was not on Genesis. That would be interesting to see if they could feasibly do that. But it was like a demake case. What do you think about that? Fine, Fantasy Zone is a new arcade port that was made for this. That feasibly was dead on. I said when we did the show of this last year, I said, if this was actually officially released at the time, this would have been the best arcade conversion of the console. There's Fatal Fury 2, that's actually a really good port. This is Sega CD, but Final Fight CD is actually almost dead onto the arcade. That's actually a good case of it. Game Ground was an arcade game. Golden Axe 2 wasn't. Hellfire was an arcade game. I don't know how Hellfire compares against the arcade version, or the Genesis Hellfire compares to the arcade version, because I don't know. The arcade port of this that's in a collection, because this is under the Total Plan joint. Either they just announced it. Oh, no, it didn't come out here. I don't think it came out here. I know we mentioned that when we did the Outrun show. Let's see, what else as far as arcade ports? Mirror Resistance was a Dead East game. I think Night Striker was fine, it's on Sega CD. This was, I believe, an arcade game of titles as well. There's Outrun, There's Outrunners, which, fine, I'll show you why that's awful. Rainbow Islands was an arcade port. That was a Taito game. That was, going back to that one. Oh, no, fine. All right, because you look at me in spline view if you want. That's actually something I didn't show when we did this before for the show last time. You hit the B button for that. You hit, just see. Yeah, because this was released, I mentioned this last year, this was released in Japan, I think, and we never got it localized until, I think it was this unit. Let's see. Okay, Rolling Thunder 2 is an arcade game. Let's see. Shadow Dancer was an arcade game. They changed that. I know they changed that one. Space Harrier 2 wasn't, but this port of Space Harrier 1 that's in this Spatter they made for this, that was an arcade port. Super Loto was made for this, that's an arcade port. The Super Hang-On. Super Street Fighter 2, that's an arcade port as well. Trucks was an arcade game. Ninja Warriors was an arcade game as well. Viewpoint, which I have no idea what the arcade version of Viewpoint was. Virtua Racing is another one I know they downgraded that one, or they had to. Hell, they made a cartridge that was made the game cost $100 to try and make this thing run as well as they did, which is impressive as far as it was. And Puyo Puyo Son, that was also arcade port as well. So yeah, there's a couple in here, but as far as the ones that really kind of, off of these that are really impressive, Virtua Racing is actually not bad. I like it more on 32X, but still, the Genesis one is surprisingly impressive for the kind of thing it is. Super Hang-On, I'd sort of put in that category. Super Street Fighter 2, that's pretty good. The Mortal Kombats, generally speaking, they tend to do it pretty well. Flicky, which is on the Genesis Mini one, that's another one I think that did it pretty good. And Golden Axe. Yeah. I guess I'd say Golden Axe unless there's something I'm forgetting. But fine, let me show you Outrun, because fine, we looked at Outrun last month. What it looked like on Genesis. Because I mentioned this is kind of an interesting one as far as Genesis. So fine, this came out in 1991. This is 2 years after Super Hang-On on the Internet. So here we go as far as what it looks, but fine, we're gonna start here. We have an options menu 2 for this, where you can listen to the music. They also give you Step on B, we mentioned that last month, as far as the exclusive one for what it is. Your buttons, which are gear change on C button, acceleration on the B button, and A for braking. You can change difficulty to Super Pro. Fine. Super easy, easy, normal, hard, super, pro. Okay, damn, they got a lot of difficulty options for this. Voice, all right, they have voice, I forgot.
Checkpoint. Congratulations.
Jesus Christ, the voices sound like dead on.
Get ready, get ready.
Fine, there's 3 voice clips in this game, just like the arcade game had, but damn, they are dead on. Okay, wow, I don't even think I really stopped and listened to that. Okay, so fine. Let's show off this one. Okay, a nice sunset. Fine, let's listen to Magical Sound Shower.
Get ready.
Okay. All right, fine. This is what this looks like. Okay. Fine. This moves better as far as how the movement is. He's also kind of slow, but fine, I spun out. But yeah, look how big the Ferrari is in this. Oh, fine. They're not Ferrari because they had to get that set as far as pulling the license away. But yeah, not too much on... Let's say, yeah, where's the traffic? There's some traffic. So yeah, definitely, this is a unique way of doing it. Yeah, I'll say this. With all due respect to Super Hang-On, I like how they tried on that one. Fine. Offering more than this does, because fine, this is running the arcade mode. The only thing it adds different is extra music. This runs better, I'll say this. This is like, oh my god, this actually is pretty damn close to the arcade game. All things considered, you think like, oh, this would be total crap. But like, no, it's not. Fine, it's better than Outrunners, I'll show that, but... That being said, I don't know if I'm even going to get to a checkpoint. In fact, I don't think I'm going to make it. Okay, I just missed. Fine, I'll do one more just at least so I can get somewhere. But yeah, even that looks really smooth with the course map. Jesus. And even... Yeah, even the, what is it? The, scroll off of that. That's smoother than the arcade game is. Also, in this case, it's more than just initials. So in this case, we can put out SOGs... ... BTS, like, wait, that's not that BTS is the Korean, K-pop band, I believe it is. Yeah, were they in this game? Okay, I didn't know that. Crap, okay. Alright, but in that case, there's that. Fine, I'll show one more run. Let's do... Fine, since this is exclusive to this version, we'll show Step on Beat.
Get ready.
So fine, this is the Genesis take on Step on Beat. They did like a redone version for the Sega Ages one we showed. I want to at least get to a checkpoint. Just to show this. All right, so fine. That's the idea of what that was. So fine. If nothing else, Sega was enhancing on stuff, but fine. Even Super Hang-On gave you more as far as the game. Whereas this one, they said, fine, we're going to focus on getting this insanely popular arcade game, bring it to the home, and make it run pretty decent as far as Genesis. I'll be honest, I didn't play this version growing up. But if I did, I would have been one happy gamer. Just because of the fact that this is so close to the arcade, given the limitations, because fine, it's not the arcade version, of course not. But this is pretty close. This is a good approximation. This is the kind of thing that, yeah, I would have absolutely appreciated that growing up, no question. And sometimes that's the best you can hope for. And it wasn't really until later where you had sometimes cases where the arcade version was not even as good as the home version. Because they either added so much to the home version or there's just something they enhanced. Fine, because as far as Contra, the NES game,
Checkpoint.
much better than the arcade version. Not because the arcade version is bad, it's just that there's something about the way that the NES version tightened things up. It was much smoother than it was in the arcade. So yeah, it's better at home that way, I think. Oh, I think, but then there's people who've said, like, that tends to be a consensus, but hey, probably people who like the arcade version more. And yeah, I get that, no problem. They're both great games. And fine, with Soul Calibur, that's probably the best example I can think of, where not only does it have more modes, it looks better because they said, fine, we're going to take the tech we had and we're going to use what the Dreamcast capability were just to make it look even better. So, yeah, a really interesting case. Whoa! Actually, wait, what was that weird cut-in right before I crashed? I don't know what that was. I don't know if it's original to this release or not. I think I said this at one point, I'll say it again. I think the ports in these are generally right. But fine, there's some that aren't, like Rise Star. I hate the voice synth problem in this. Or fine, they pitched the voices wrong, so I was very upset about that in this collection. And other stuff where I think there's like audio delay that is not in the original release, is sort of kinda. Alright, so fine, I'm not getting to the end, but either way. I'll show how Outrunners is, just because, like, yeah. Please give me a home port of that Sega, I'm begging you. Alright, so there we go. So fine, I got the high score, even though, like, fine, it's only about 1 million. Even the nice remix of Last Wave, I gotta say that. That's pretty cool. Alright, so that's one way as far as that, and then lastly I'm going to show you, let's see. Yeah, lastly I'll show Outrunners. I want a good port of this. Yeah, this came out in 1994 as far as the port. It's a bit late. Sega didn't actually publish this themselves here. They made Data East do it. Like, Data East, I like Data East stuff, but it's also a case that Sega feasibly didn't want to publish this for a reason here. Because it's a split screen only the way that the arcade game is. But it's kind of, it's also a case that's choppy. This was 94, so fine. If nothing else is feasibly going to make a point this way that, okay, what we saw with Super Hang-On for this console, if I'm going to put them in easy, because why not? You know what, fine, I'll keep it on normal, screw it. Okay, I can also change engine level, I guess, of normal. Controls are shift up and down, music select. You can select music in the game for this one. Or break, okay, that's fine. Wait, I did the aspect controls. Level. Sound is your music, because yeah, you have options for certain things. You can listen to the old music on the radio. They also have an original mode. Let's play the arcade mode of this. This kind of looks like the arcade. You have like the easy one, the smooth operator, the bad boy, the road monster, or the quick reactor, or find the wild chaser, mad power, and the speed buster. Fine, I'm gonna go to, I know the one I'm gonna take. If I can get over there in time, the road monster. We'll do it on novice for automatic transmission. And you're wondering, why are they running over there? Yeah, because in the arcade, and same with this one, it's a head-to-head race. So it's split screen all the time. It's like Top Gear. Well, Top Gear Original. By Top Gear Original, Top Gear 3000. Because in Top Gear 3000, you can run an option. As the A button, you can feasibly switch other stuff. Fine, let's listen to this magical sound shower this way. And yeah, you have your way of going down the road. You can go to the left, you can go to the right. It's very choppy though, just like, fine. Outrun 1 on this, or Outrun Original on this console, and Super Hang-On, fine. I don't think Super Hang-On was this choppy. But the arcade game, this game moves in the arcade. Oh my god, it's amazing. And I only played this game for the first time last year, because Retro Arcade I have had this. I hadn't been there before as far as where that one was. And I saw this, like, oh my god, they have this game here. Like, I want to see this. But this was 94, so at that point, fine. This is way after stuff like Super Mario Kart. This is after Top Gear 1, at least. I mean, after 2. I'll indicate that, fine. They can flip out. Also, you do recover from a crash like that faster. But also even the speed, like, yeah, I'm going 250 miles per hour. It doesn't even feasibly look as fast as I was in the other, fine, I guess in Outrun Original. Also, the voice samples are very scratchy as well. I mean, it's interesting to have this head-to-head thing, but on Genesis, like, yeah, this should feasibly look better. Feasibly run better, and this is one of those cases where, fine, I don't think they made a case for itself in the home, or feasibly, in that case, it was 94. It's like, yeah, the Saturn could do this. Why didn't you port this to the Saturn? Even in Japan, they didn't port this to the Saturn, which would have been perfect for this. It's just kind of boring. It's like, fine, it doesn't even seem like there's even as much strategy to this. I'm just holding down the accelerator, steering, but even then, it's like most of my cases, I'm crashing every so often, but it's not like the other one where I feel like I'm really having as much of an impact. But I ran out of time, so in that case, it's a game over. I'll show off the original case, because I don't think I've shown it, but at that point, then I'm going to feasibly say, all right, fine, I'll be the end of it. Okay, so the meaning of the light is, yeah, so they give you the bit of the map. It looks kind of like the way the arcade game did, but, compare the arcade. Yeah, this is a downgrade. So fine, I'll briefly show that, and then feasibly that'll be the end of the show, or I'll see if I pull something else out. But it's like, fine. I know I'm going off track as far as this a little bit, but it's also something that, fine, it was worth it doing for the Super Hang-On case. I'll look original. Just see what original mode is. All right, fine. There's a chunky rotating globe going on there. Welcome, Outrunners. Oh, yeah, that voice synth. Dude, yeah. All right, let's go. Though I don't know what this is necessarily doing over the main mode. Except for me driving towards what looks like the castle from The Wizard of Oz. In fact, this looks like... If the Wizard of Oz was a racing game, it almost looks like that. Because yeah, they never made a racing game based on The Wizard of Oz. They made games based on that thing. They made one on Super Nintendo, which is one of the most legendarily bad games ever made, from what I understand, especially this era. It's a platforming game where oftentimes you jump on platforms and you go right through them because the game is not consistent with what you can jump on and what you can't. But, alright, fine. Actually, I guess even original... I can't switch the music on the car. Okay, that's weird. Oh, I forgot. I gotta also change gears. That's one thing I guess I didn't do, which is... Wait, no, I'm on auto gear. It doesn't matter. I don't have to do it on this. Fine, both those girls are getting knocked out of it. Actually, I don't know. I guess, did Sega watch Thelma and Louise by Ridley Scott? As far as this? Fine, I guess they won somehow. Loser, yeah, like, yeah. Talk about feasibly making the player feel down, but fine. If it's a good game, I don't care about that. That's fine. It's whatever. And I guess I'm getting arrested. What's this about? Yeah, we're getting arrested for, I don't know, bad driving or losing the race. And fine, we don't have a cliff to drive over like that movie. So, whatever. Okay, fine. That's bizarre. Like, yeah, I don't know. What the hell is that about? It's bizarre. I do wish I had the arcade version to show, or they ported the arcade. Fine, maybe it's not as bad as I'm making it out to be, but it's like, fine. Comparing arcade ports, that's the idea, I think. It's like, well, alright, fine. This visibly should be better than the two we showed you that came before. It's odd. Yeah, well, fine. The arcade version, I think, no. I don't know if the arcade version that even happens, because this is original mode. It's only for this. Let me just see if there's is there anything else that makes sense to kind of give an indication of in this before we end the show. Not really. Well, fine. I'll toss one in as a bonus. Take a look at Virtua Racing. When we play this, I'm going to play either the Switch version or I'm going to play the 32X edition, which is Virtua Racing Deluxe. But this is Virtua Racing. This came out in 1994. This is also the same year as Outrunners. Yeah, this is a 3D polygonal racing game. Dolphin, you're mentioning House of the Dead. That was on Sega's Model... That was a Model 2, or... Model 2 or Model 2? No, it was Model 2. House of the Dead was. For this game, this is a Model 1 arcade game. Sega said, we're going to try and put this on Genesis, so we have the SVP chip, which stands for Sega Virtua Processor. They took this arcade game that came out in 1992, and they ported it to Sega Genesis. This cartridge costs $100. This is like a 3D polygonal stuff, so fine. Okay, compared to Outrunners, I'll tell you this right now. Jesus Christ, look at this. This is chunky as hell, looks dithered as hell, of course, because they're taking a fully 3D game from AM2, the people who made Outrun and other stuff. I'm going to show you this. Yeah, look at this rotation. This is what your $100 was getting you, as far as this game. Also stuff with voice acting, because you have tons of voice acting and stuff with music. So fine, I'll show this one briefly. Let's do Virtua Racing. I never played the Genesis version until this version came out. And this is definitely the weakest one, but we showed Star Fox on the show. This was to the Sega Genesis what Star Fox was. They made a chip for this cartridge to get this game going. Although, because of this cartridge, it did not work if you ran it in a 32X. So actually, this is the only way I can show you this, because I have a 32X, so I can't put the Genesis version in. 1, go! So what? Okay, it's B, sorry. Go! Also, by the way, the music does stop every so often. That's by design. When you hit checkpoint, and it says time bonus. And you have it going. It gives you a little bit of a snippet as you go. Also, it just uses the 6-button controller, so you can have first-person view, overview. You have it like this. You can have it like over-the-head bird's-eye view. I mean, fine. I'll tell you this. Compared to what we just saw with Outrunners, talk about them going for it, saying, hey, we're going to get this running on Genesis, this game. Which you're seeing the arcade version of this. This is pretty impressive what they do with it. Also, getting behind the camera, fine, that's the B button. So it's like Virtua Racing. You have the VR buttons, you can switch out the view. Even though it sounds like, you know, bees buzzing as far as like the engine, but it looks primitive as anything, but fine. It runs really fast, so fine. If nothing else, it's showing the idea of the Sega arcade racing case. Boom. Although, unlike, as I mentioned, unlike Outrunners, this got other home ports. Because it's on 32X, that's Virtua Racing Deluxe. That's a really good one. There's the Sega Saturn version that's way different. Surprisingly. It's kind of a port of this, but also kind of not. There's Virtua Racing Flat Out, which is in Sega, or the Sega Classic Collection on PlayStation 2. And then there's the Virtua Racing on Switch. That's the Sega Ages edition. Which actually, not gonna lie, that's the reason I bought the Switch when I bought it, because they put that out. I was like, oh my god, it's a dead-on port, and it's unbelievable. That's the best version, but the 32X version actually, of the console, and that is the best one outside of that port, because it has extra stuff. Yeah, for Sega Genesis, look what Genesis was doing for this, compared to Outrunners. It's like, yeah, look how far we came. Fine, I guess of these 4 Genesis games I briefly demoed to you, Outrun's probably the best. Fine, Outrun and sort of this one are probably the best ones you can play. Although, actually, the one that really gives you more value for your money actually is Super Hang-On. So, that's that idea. Okay, fine. I'll finish this race, and at that point, I think we'll be done with the show. Just keep going, and yeah, it is interesting. And we'll show this game fully, no question. And I'm also hoping maybe by putting this out there, Sega will say, okay, let's port Outrunners into something, the arcade version. Because in the arcade, it is awesome. Oh my God, it's a great game. Genesis version does not do it justice, unlike Outrun, unlike even this with its limitations, and even Super Hang-On with its limitations. Super Hang-On is a really fun game, even on Genesis, even with the way it is. But yeah, Outrunners was definitely the one that, like, yeah, that one. Final lap. We'll see if I can get through the final lap. I don't think I can, but I'll give it a shot. I do like that idea. It's weird that you don't get music the whole race. It just kind of plays a little and then it stops, but it's also this great reward of getting to the end, but well, we're not. And then you get game over. All right, so that is our idea as far as Virtua Racing and showing, yeah, what $100 of that chip we're doing. Although that was the only game that ran that chip, by the way. Nothing else did. All right, so there you go. Let me go to the menu. Let me just see also if I can pull up some music to talk over for schedule. Because fine, if I leave it on this, it's gonna go through, what is it? It's gonna go through demos, although, fine, you know what? I'll tell you, let it go through demos. I don't care. I'll let it go through just so, yeah, it gives maybe a little bit of a preview of other stuff that's on. So we've shown the overlook of this before, and it goes to something also, I'm kind of glad I came back to this for this reason, because it's gonna go in something I talk on schedule, specifically. When it comes to how an overview of a console like this is gonna work going forward, sort of, kinda. But yeah, that is your experience with, Super Hang-On primarily, but also some other stuff of Sega arcade racing games ported to Genesis. Finding out we can swap HDMI consoles on the fly. Did not know I could do that. I'm glad we can. Definitely a good case. And yeah, thank you, Lekfors, for making the request for Super Hang-On. I had a great time doing it. Great time getting improvisational, saying, hey, can we show the Genesis version? Yeah, we could. And then seeing ports of other stuff along with it. For Outrun we saw last month, so feasibly no audio problems in this. I hope not. Please, please, love of God, let me not have audio problems when I look back on this in a few minutes when I'm done. But either way, we'll see. And there's a scroll through random games as we go. Fine, Afterburner 2, so find another Sega arcade port. Fitting. I believe it goes through them in order, so you'll see what they look like. But yeah, that's going to call it, I think, for Super Bowl Game Saturday for tonight. A little short of a show, but yeah, a good case. We did go the full way on Super Hang-On. Had a great time doing it. Next time we come back to a Sega racing game, or Sega arcade racing game, I mean, I will come back to Daytona USA and Outrun fully because we had the audio problems and I want to fix that. I don't know. Chat, what do you want to see as far as outside of those things? Because fine, we got a deep bunch to pull from. I'll get the best versions I can as far as it. Fine, I guess the next time we'll come back is going to be Hang-On when we play Shenmue in December. Start that. But outside of that, as far as a dedicated show, we can do anything. And it'll be your call. At some point, I will go back to those shows, but I'll figure when I'm doing that. And I don't know if I'm even going to roll that into the Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance initiative I'm going to be doing next year. Because I think at that point, I'm going to pull stuff we haven't played in a really long time, or stuff where, yeah, there'd be feasibly reason to do it again even better outside of the tech problems. Maybe, with maybe an exception. I'll think of it as we go to next year. Because, yeah, next year we're going to have that because we're going to be celebrating 5 years of Super Bowl Game Saturday next year. Can't believe it's been that long. It will have been. So we will have returns to games each month of stuff we've done before in a different context, feasibly with a different version, maybe with a guest, maybe not with a guest, depending on how it is, as we're going to Alien Soldier. This one in of itself is going to take a while because there's a very lengthy backstory. This is from Treasure, by the way, from 1995. The year is 2015, or was. This is what it was futuristic specifically. This is an interesting one, but holy shit, this game is hard. But yeah, as we're going to give the perspective of other games that are on this as I talk over. Let's talk schedule for the show, because, yeah, this going off as far as extra stuff is feasibly not an accident, because next week's show is going to be technically finale of the game. We're coming back to Game Dev Tycoon one more time. We did do that a couple weeks ago. We did beat the game as far as going through the main story, but there's one aspect of the game I did not show off, and I think it's worth showing off. That's the pirate mode. You go through the game, and you have cases where there's pirates around where they can steal your game. And feasibly, the idea is you can put copyright protection on to prevent that from happening, but fans don't like that, feasibly. So you have to kind of balance it. It's harder mode of the game. What we're going to do is, that'll be a Switch case. I will have that up. I will show that specifically through that collection, or for that release, like we have before. I'm going to play as far as I get until I get a game over. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't think we beat the whole game. I also feasibly put a limitation on myself if I get through a decent amount of it without, or somehow get pretty far. Or if I get, oh, okay, the cutoff is going to be this. The cutoff will be, as we see Epsilon Eagle, the main character of Alien Soldier on screen there, with a nice E tattoo on his arm. I will stop either when I get a game over, or if I get the achievement that comes for going through pirate mode to the second office. Because when we started that game, when we first played it, you start in the basement and then you were able to get a little office. If I can get there, I will stop, but otherwise I will stop whenever I get a game over. And depending on how it is, that might actually be really short feasibly, but that's going to be our look as far as Game Dev Tycoon. So technically next week is a finale of it, for that reason. But I've got other things planned, because I said I want to give a little bit of a extra going on, because that might feasibly take a short amount of time. But at least I'll give a full look on Game Dev Tycoon as a promise when we started that. But I'm going to have a look at 2 Konami collections. Briefly, I'm going to show each of the games in them, and we'll have a little bit of a preview. It also is going to fulfill a promise I once made that we haven't gotten to yet, which is, when it comes to Castlevania, we have not shown a lot of that franchise yet, and it's always been in October. I'm going to change that a little bit, because we're going to have a preview of the Castlevania Dominus collection that came out only a couple weeks ago on everything. The physical version is up on Limited Run now, if you want to get it that way. It's available for a month before then they'll start printing them, and you'll get them in about probably 6 or so months, who knows. But it comes with a couple interesting things. I bought this day one, so that's why we're going to show it as far as a digital case of itself. It comes with the 3 Castlevania games from DS, those being Dawn of Sorrow, Order of Ecclesia, and Portrait of Ruin. And it also comes with ports, or the port of Haunted Castle, which is an arcade game. There'll be bad flashlight warnings when we get to that one. I will warn that then. I will definitely warn it now, but I'll especially warn it then. Talking Wizard of War level. But M2 did this collection. They also said, hey, we're making this game. It's Haunted Castle Revisited. It is unbelievable. It is a fantastic remake. I'm going to show a brief preview of all those games in that collection. And also, since I did get this in the mail a couple weeks ago as well, and this is also a Konami collection, I'm showing off Felix the Cat. So they're the 2 Felix the Cat games by Hudson Soft, which are on NES or on Game Boy. I'm going to show briefly both of those. It's mostly going to be those games, because actually this collection, I will not lie to you, I did get this thing physically. I'm glad I did. But it's not like the Rocket Knight Adventures Respark that we showed off a little bit a couple months ago, where those are really great. It's a great collection on top of everything. This is the games. The collection is pretty bare bones, but the cost of these games are really, really expensive. So the fact that I paid $35 for this, but getting both of those games as far as a copy of those, that's like $400. Especially that Game Boy version, but even the NES version is like 100 something. So for that very reason, yeah, I'm going to show them off. It was worth getting that way. And our respect to Felix the Cat. We get more licensed games, and they're pretty good. Actually, both of them are really good. And not as insanely hard as this game, but this game is awesome as far as Alien Soldier you see on the screen, but holy crap, this game is hard. Talking about technical marvel of Genesis, look at this. This is treasure. If there's any company that knew how to dev on this console, it was them, as far as what the tech was. Like, look at Epsilon Eagle doing the shots and the dashes. Showing what I would have been practicing multiple months for, and I will when we get to this game eventually, because this game is really, really cool. But my God, it's insanely difficult. But yeah, that's going to be our show next week, so it's going to be a little bit of a Konami collection, along with our official finale of Game Dev Tycoon. Week after that, I'm pretty sure this is happening still. I will have a confirmation on next week's show, just to make sure that that's going to be in line, as I think we're getting our next demo, which is of Atomic Runner. Yeah, they're going to go alphabetical on this one. We'll see how far they get. 2 weeks from now, that is going to be September 28th. It's going to be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Nocturne's coming back for Croc Legend of the Gobos. We are going back to that. We have the end of the game. We're going to have the cleanup of the, what is it? Of the 100%. I think that's what it's going to be, because I mentioned earlier, a couple weeks ago, I said, hey, you know, she'd said specifically on the show that she was going to do off-screen, or fine, not off-screen, she was going to do on her own Twitch channel the playthrough as far as the off-screen stuff to get 100%, to get the extra worlds unlocked. She was actually feeling really, really sick to the point where I actually did not hear from her for like 2 weeks, as it was, and I just got in contact with her semi-recently. So I don't think that's going to happen specifically. I'm cutting her a little bit of a break on this one because of the fact that she was actually pretty sick again, as it was. But something I'm not going to promise that she's going to be able to do that in time for that show. She might just have to be starting to grind that, and it also means we're feasibly going to have a part of that on November 2nd. And that feasibly be the finale. We'll see what's going to go on with that, but I'm also going to see with her what we can do. She's still running the Sega Saturn version as well for that. I'll follow up with her just to see like where she is, how she's doing for it. But it's also something that, hey, I'll have to indicate that as we go, just to make sure like, hey, I get what she can't do this, she got sick to that, but it's also a case where, hey, you know, if it's gonna be something where she's gonna say she's gonna do something and it's a case where she can't for a reason that doesn't make sense, that one definitely does. That's something I feasibly have to deal with. But either way, it's something that we'll have to figure and find. In this case, this is how I was expecting to have to happen anyway, which was she'd feasibly do the cleanup, I guess, on screen. I guess is the thought as we're showing off Bonanza Brothers now. And then show the last stuff. Because actually, all she needs to do is she needs to get the rest of the Gobos for the levels that we haven't gotten them on yet, or she hasn't. And at that point, we have all of the hidden worlds, which don't have Gobos in them, by the way. So it's basically going to be able to show all those off, and she feasibly is going to do practice on that as it was for those parts, but we'll see. Or maybe she's recording it off screen. I don't know. I'll talk to her as far as what is recording off screen the 100% cleanup. Maybe she is. Maybe that's the better case, and that's the case I'll do like edit in on something for that. But we're going to be doing that in 2 weeks as far as what I know. I don't think that's changing, but I said, like, hey, if it's going to change, let me know, and that's going to be on her to let me know. Then the week after that, we're starting our Halloween block. I mean, I guess we're starting our Halloween block sort of early next week by showing off a little bit of Castlevania stuff, as we're seeing the demo on Clay Fighter for Genesis. But on October 5th, we're going to be playing Scooby-Doo's case. We talked Scooby-Doo tonight. Dolly Finn wanted to see Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. We'll do that eventually, but and we'll do it on the PlayStation 2 when we do. But the first one we're going to do is we're going to do another Argonaut joint. So after we play Croc for that week, the week before, we got another game of theirs coming. That is Scooby-Doo Mystery for Super Nintendo. That is going to be a case where it's not the same as the Genesis version. And the Genesis version is way more expensive. But we can show that one eventually, but I think after we do that one, we'll eventually do Night of 100 Frights. We're going to be doing, what was it? We'll do Scooby-Doo Mystery from, actually, that was a short one for Clay Fighter. They don't want to show much of the game, as we're going to see Crusader of Santee right now. It's a pretty interesting one. It is Argonaut again, so we're going to have our celebration and the fact that Argonaut's back. Yeah, they're coming back into business. They remade or remaking Croc. They announced it last year, but they showed the footage the day I uploaded the last part of Croc. Amazing how that worked out. But we're celebrating their return with that and the start of our Halloween block. Because we get into October, we have our Halloween perspective stuff. Week after that, the Crusader 64 is coming back. Amazingly, the last time it was on the show was a year ago. We're going to be playing Until Dawn. It's a horror game that's kind of like the Man of Medan. In fact, it was by the same people who made the Man of Medan. That being Supermassive Games, although we may be playing the new version that's coming out on the PlayStation 5 on October 4th. I'm pre-ordering that because I want to see one thing in particular, which is there a stream mode for the licensed content of music that is in the PS4 version? If there is, we're going to use that one. Or if there's if not a case where they screwed up a release or something, and Machine64, I'm really sorry to hear about Lollipop Chainsaw Repop. The people who made that, get off your fucking asses and fix that game, seriously. Because I hear it's really, really bad. But with Until Dawn, hopefully that doesn't happen with Until Dawn. If it does, he has it on PlayStation 4, we'll show it that way. And we'll back compatible with PS5 either way. But we'll see how that goes. We're gonna have another horror case. It's gonna be, as he always says, scary as fuck. He does love his horror case for it. So it would not be Halloween if he was not around, as far as the show. That's gonna be on October 12th. October 19th, I'm gonna do Twisted Metal. I think that's when we do Twisted Metal. That's gonna be the viewer request for October. That is something the Lectors want to see. I gotta continue practicing that game. I don't think I'm gonna be completely ready, but I'm gonna do what I can. And the way I'm gonna handle that game, just to give an idea, is I'm gonna show off full play as one of the characters, and then I'm gonna put the passwords in for the other characters to show them off. But if it's something I can't handle in one night, I will come back to that in January or February of next year, just so I'll have a sense of it. We'll have Car Combat case, definitely an interesting case for that, and yeah, pretty fun one as far as the start of that franchise for PlayStation. We're using the PS3 port of it, or fine, the PS Classics version running on PS3, because as the digital manual, we can give the perspective of that. I could run it through PS5, but it doesn't have the digital manual on that, and the sound is kind of soft. So we'll run it through the PS3. Then October 26th, we're gonna have another mini console show, and also a debut of one as far as that, as the aspect of our play of Splatterhouse. This is a Namco arcade game. Playing the TurboGrafx 16 version, that is going to be on the TurboGrafx 16 Mini. Now, as I was mentioning earlier, the idea of the mini console things. When we showcased this mini console last year, I went through all the games that were on it before we started playing. That was like a good hour and a half. As next on the list, by the way, is Desert Strike, Return to the Gulf. For this year, I'm going to do it different. We're going to be playing Splatterhouse to start. It's not a long game. It's an arcade port of Namco's that's about Rick, who has a mask attached to his head, and he's going into a house of creepy-crawly creatures to save his girlfriend Jennifer, who's been kidnapped. I'm going to show the game off first, and then we're going to come back out. We're going to show off the TurboGrafx 16 mini unit. I'm going to go across every single game as far as discussion of them. And Chad, it's going to be up to you to tell me what do you want to see that's in that unit as far as something, if you want to see anything else. Even if we played it before, and feasibly the case of we haven't played it before is really only one case. That's going to be with Castlevania Rondo of Blood, which we played last year. If you want to see that again, specifically, it is on that unit. We'll show that if you want. But anything else, we'll go in our full discussion, because we've not talked about TurboGrafx 16 enough. I think we need to, and I think that's going to be the way we do it. But as I said, we're going to play the game that I'm using it for first before we go into the full overall view. Lest that takes 2 hours, because actually there's a lot of games on that unit. But that's going to be that idea, and then the week after that, I guess we're going to have Croc, Legend of the Gobos, for feasibly its finale. That's going to be the case as far as Nocturne again for it. If we don't have to have that, I'll see what else I pull out really quick, specifically. But I think that's going to be the case. I don't know if also that's going to be the finale or not. If it isn't, we'll have to push it into next year. But if it is, that'll be great. Or maybe we'll have finale in 2 weeks. I don't know. I'll talk with Nocturne again just to get a sense of where that is, how she's feeling just in general, and get that going. November 9th, we're going to have Tomba for PlayStation. I'm running it through the PS3, especially after the release that came out, the special edition, where people are saying it's crashing on them. Particularly on the Switch, it is. So I said, fine. I bought it a year or so ago on PlayStation 3 by downloading it for $10. Because one true I wanted to see that. We're going to start Tomba, which is a 2.5D platform mixed with an RPG from developers, ex-Konami or Capcom developers who made Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse. It is a really fun and interesting game. I'm going to give it our love. We're going to start with that as far as it'll be a couple parts for that one. And we get to that, we're going to have our look at the Donkey Kong Country portable ports. 30 years of that franchise, and we're going to have this year and in November. So we have Donkey Kong Country 1 for Game Boy Color and all three of them for Game Boy Advance to show off as a little bit of a preview of what they're doing differently. There's some interesting stuff they're doing differently. And stuff we could feasibly justify a return to all of them. Especially those Game Boy Advance versions because they have extra stuff. And the intro on Desert Strike is going on way longer than the Clay Fighter case. and about as long as Crusader Senti and what is it? Alien Soldier. Week after that is the Disney game for this year. It's going to be The Lion King. We're going to be using the Disney Classic Games Collection to play it. It has the Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, and Game Boy versions ported into it. I think we play them all. I'll easily go through one of them fully. I don't know if we go through all of them fully, but I'll at least show off all of them, as is the case, for the celebration of 30 years of the movie and our pre-Thanksgiving Disney showcase for the purpose of that. And then the week after that is going to be on November 30th. We're starting that earlier. I don't know if it's going to be 7. It's going to be 7 for every show up until this one on November 30th. Delicious Xbox Live game showcase is going to be this year for our Thanksgiving showcase. Volume 1 for that, because we got other games we can come back to as far as that. One show is not going to be enough for everything, but I curated a bunch of games, about 35, I think, as far as what they are. One of them is going to be a YouTube exclusive, and you'll understand what that is when I get there. And it's actually a footage I took over a year ago, as it is. But we're going to have a lot of interesting stuff. We'll have a couple licensed games we mentioned in there. We'll have games I know people ask for, like Poker Night 2, Poker Smash, Marble Blast Ultra, and a couple other ones. It's going to be a big gaming feast. I cannot wait to do that show. There's a lot there. And just stuff as... Oh, right, this is Deviant P. This is the unreleased, one of the unreleased games on this. Like, wait, what was this game again? Okay. I was like, wait, what game was this? All right, fine. Yeah, so fine. That took me off as far as that. But then we get into December. We're going to have, first weekend is going to be part 2 of Tomba. Week after that is going to be the final show for Super Mario Sunshine we're doing live. We finished the game already, but because I was waiting to do an overview of all these weird controllers for it, I'm waiting for that CDI controller to come in from Limited Run, which should be in November. But I'm waiting to December, so I'll have enough time to make sure it works. I'm going to be on camera live for that show. I'm going to show off Super Mario Sunshine running through the Switch on the Super Mario 3D All-Stars Collection, playing as much as I can play it with every controller of GameCube, Switch, or anything that I can get my hands on that I can feasibly run this through. And also show off all of the deaths I had when it came to the preview, or not the preview, the practice I did of the game for the first 4 months of this year. I'm looking forward to doing that as far as one more look at Super Mario Sunshine that way. And our last video of the YouTube site on December 31st is going to premiere over there exclusively, just like our Pokemon Violet finale last week did. It's going to be a smash cut of every single death that I had playing through Super Mario Sunshine for the full play of the show, and then everything I show off on that extra show I have in December for the second week. And then the next couple weeks after that for December, I think these are still going to be set. I don't know if these are going to change. If they do, I'll let you know. Are going to be Tetris Dr. Mario for Super Nintendo. I know Like First wanted to see that. Dolly Finn wanted to be in on that one. And then the Star Shenmue, as far as the last game of the year. And then December, or in January, I should say, I'll talk to Ed Weck on Smartball if he wants to do that one of those weekends. We'll have Shenmue and we'll have Tama going on. And then we'll start Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance, and the way I'm going to start that actually is going to be, I'm going to show off the Nintendo GameCube preview disc. I'll show off everything that's in that as far as the demos of things, which does include a game we played already, that being Sonic Adventure, because there's the demo of Sonic Adventure DX from GameCube. I don't think too highly of that version, but that demo disc does give a lot of things to show in it, and in something I never thought I'd say in my life, there are things that GameCube release does better than my beloved Dreamcast version. Not enough to make it worth playing over the Dreamcast version, mind you, but ones where I have to be honest and say, yeah, stuff with sound mixing in certain cases and things with loading and skipping of cutscenes, as we're seeing Earthworm Jim 2 next. Give it some credit that way. And for Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance, just to go into that, every month next year, we're going to have one show. We're going to come back to a game we played already, either for better tech equipment specifically, or maybe fixing tech problems. I might do that with some of those things that we had, as far as like Outrun and Daytona say maybe. Or other stuff where people said, I wish I was in chat when you did this game. And chat, if there's any games that we did on our YouTube site over on our YouTube site, which is linked below somewhere, they're like, hey, we did this years ago. You'd like to see it again. We'll oblige to that. Also, games, that'll count another thing, which is games that I played for the show already that I don't have the recording of because it was in the very early days of Super Bowl Game Saturday. I'm thinking specifically Halo for Xbox, Sonic the Hedgehog 2 for the Sega Genesis, Mega Man X. I guess I'll decide how I'm handling Rayman 1 and 2, because I started those games. I'm going to restart those as far as them. For Rayman 1, I think I'll use PlayStation. 2, I'm using Dreamcast, no question. And as far as, I'm trying to think if there's something else I showed from back in the day, the old days of the show that I don't have the recordings of still that I need to do that with. I think that was it. I think those are all of them. It's, yeah, Halo, Mega Man X, Sonic 2, Genesis, and Rayman 1 and 2. Oh, I know Rayman 1 and 2 are going to be multiple parts. I know that for a fact. I'll have to figure how that's going to go. And we'll also have, as far as one of those, I know Mega Man 7 for Super Nintendo, because I know like first one to be in when we did that. We'll have that going as well. And then we'll get to Earthworm Jim 2 feasibly. We're playing that on the Super Nintendo, though. We're not playing it on Genesis. Unless I get the Saturn version, in which case I'll show the Saturn one. But I'm not going to necessarily guarantee that. Okay, so I think that's going to be it as far as Super Bowl Game Saturday for this week. Thank you so much for watching the show, everybody. Hope you liked the perspective of Super Hang-On. Even though you're probably looking at this saying, this is not Super Hang-On. Yeah, I know it's not Super Hang-On, but I'm having this go through the Sega Genesis Mini 2 as far as what it is. I did show Super Hang-On on Genesis and arcade, full on arcade and a little on that one, and some extra stuff, which we always do on the show. And yeah, they keep, man, the demo stuff on Earthworm Jim 2 is really going on decent as far as I find. The other stuff was story crawl. So fine, you're also seeing here what we'll eventually see when we play this game, which is Jim using a giant marshmallow to bounce little puppies of Peter Puppies over to the side. Make sure they don't splat dead on the ground. Otherwise, Peter Puppy, who has a massive case of Jekyll and Hyde syndrome, he's going to get really angry. He's going to literally tear you limb from limb if you get into a case of, dropping too many of those puppies. There's Psycho, the sadistic bastard, saying, hey, I'm going to toss them out there. And by the way, they hit the ground, they squash. That's not something you want to have happening. And look how scared and, strung out Peter Puppy looks over there, specifically. We'll get to the case that, okay, fitting, Dolphin, you mentioned that, as unfortunately, sorry to show you the dog dying on the ground. Tommy Talrico did the music for this game, so fitting, we were talking about that earlier. Although feasibly, yeah, Super Nintendo's the way to go as far as the cartridge versions. Not that this one's bad, it's just that it doesn't look as good as the Super Nintendo game. It doesn't sound as good as far as the tech. It also, fine, you gotta do this. You have to bounce the bomb over there and drop it in, and when you do, he'll always like, wait a second, that's not right. Let me throw it back and boom. Yeah, blows feathers off. But also, find the other aspect against this on Super Nintendo, or against this on Genesis from Super Nintendo, is the fact that you can change weapons in that version. You can't in this one. You have exclusive moves that are only in this version. Fine, we're going to see what happens when you drop too many. Here's what Peter Puppy does. Boom. And he's gotten eaten. Okay. So I think with that, that's going to be the end of Super Bowl Game Saturday, as we also see... I'll find one last one. Because Dolly Finn, this goes to something we showed actually on this show last year for the Genesis Mini 2 case. The CD version of Echo the Dolphin. Good night. Good night to you, Dolly Finn. Fine, we can do this game too, eventually. I just have to practice this. And also, when we get to this game, Dolly Finn, I don't know if you want to A, call dibs on this, and B, also want to say what version we play. Because we do the Genesis version. We can also do the Sega CD version, which is right here. The difference is the Sega CD version has, I believe there's FMV cutscenes in this one, and there's an enhanced, there's an enhanced audio for it. It's fine, CD, Red Book audio, they run for this. Echo's difficult, yeah? It is, but hey, you know how we do it on the show. I'll practice that game. We will definitely do it. It's cool, though. We should probably show this game. I think that's the thought. We've talked this game so much. I think we got to show this. So I'll do what we always do when it comes to games like this that are hard. I'll practice the living hell out of it, and we'll go through. Yes, okay. All right, there you go. So we'll come to this game eventually as far as what it is. In fact, is this the intro of it? I don't think we showed the intro. Yeah, which I don't think is in the Genesis version. Sounds great. Okay. Fine, yeah, I'll let this play, and when this one's done, we'll end the show. Yeah, I don't think this intro is in the Genesis version, as far as I know. And if you do want to see the Sega CD version, this is how we're going to play it. Okay. Yeah, look at the fish there as far as it, like, yeah. Yeah, this was not in the Genesis version, so okay, there's some different stuff. Yeah, this was definitely not in it. Okay, so there's definitely some different stuff with the dumb Sega CD, but the game at its core is the same. It's just that they have a couple extra bells and whistles as far as stuff with telling the story and also other things. And I'll say this also whilst we're talking on this. At some point, I do want to show off Echo the Dolphin Defender of the Future on the Dreamcast. That game is cryptic as hell, and I'm going to have a walkthrough the entire time we play it. But it's another one. There's some interesting stuff about it. I think, if nothing else, it's going to makes for a good, I think, discussion case, you know, as far as stuff with the game. And honestly, as far as these Echo games, we've talked this when it's come to feasible games that are not well received, or I guess, depending on who you ask, bad games. I don't know if I'd say this is a bad game. It's just really hard and demanding. But the case of games that are like that feasibly live with growing up, I've seen the way the gameplay is, which is the same as how it is on Genesis. But cases where it's not a game that's easy to dismiss. I get the idea this game is definitely not going to be for everyone. I don't even know if it's necessary for me either. But it's also something that it's definitely a part of gaming for a reason, and it's one that is fascinating. It's one of those cases where, yeah, you kind of have to talk about Echo the Dolphin when it comes to Sega, and even as far as this idea of taking a more cerebral concept as far as, I guess, a game, and saying, hey, let's do something, let's go as far as undersea case of itself. Say this about Novatrade when they made this game. They committed. My God, they committed this franchise, no question. And it's hard to ignore that. You can't ignore that, really. And same with another game. This cost some money. I'd be curious to show this just because I want to see what this is myself. That's Calibri. It's on 32X. It's from the people who made this. It's a hummingbird flight game. It's weird, but it also has a very kind of zen, artistic, realistic look to itself. But yeah, that's the idea of it. Oh, right. This unit's not going to let me end the show. I'll tell you why, because fine. Yeah, sorry to elongate this out further, but the other game next is Echo the Dolphin 2, Tides of Time. You ever play this one, Dolly Fan? This is also the Sega CD version. I'll let the intro go on this, and then the next one on the list is going to be Elemental Master. That's the case we're fine. I can stop. We'll give our look on Tides of Time briefly. I don't know if you've ever played this one, but this feasibly is better to a certain extent because, I'll say this, they smoothed out aspects of the graphics a little bit. This one has FMV, full FMV stuff. I haven't played it. This one is the sequel to the first Echo the Dolphin game. Came out in 1994 for Sega Genesis, Game Gear, and Sega CD here. What this game does is it kind of is easier than the original, sorta. So I guess Novatrade got the perspective saying, hey, this game's too hard. Not that this game's easy, but it's something that it does kind of ease up a bit. The controls are a little cleaned up. It does still have the same cerebral perspective that the first game had. So if you did like the first one, you might be curious on this one. So it does feel of it, but sometimes the idea like, hey, they just tweaked it a little bit for that. It may make it a little better and make it a case where if the first one was too hard to handle, this one's a little easier. Not much easier, but easier enough that you'd notice it. As you have the idea of what the prologue, which is, okay, fine, this is spoiling the first game, which is fine. We went off to stop the evil group, and we came back from the pod as far as the Vortex. Yeah, because the Vortex is the villain of the first one. A spoiler warning, he saves the Vortex, or he defeats the Vortex Queen in the first game. In terms of how we'll show when we play it. But, yeah, she's not happy about that, so she's going to try and start a new hive, and that's the idea of what's going on here. Feasibly, the Vortex is back, sorta, but then also a new force is coming around, and Echo has to take care of that one as well. Yeah, they have Earth in their sights. You get the nice case of, like, yeah, the comet coming down in the water. All right, and that's the end of that one. So fine, that's going to be the idea of it. And next, this is Elemental Master. No disrespect to Technosoft, who made Elemental Master, because it's a cool game too. But I always want to get that aspect since Echo the Dolphin came up. We know we talked that. Eventually we'll do Echo the Dolphin and feasibly Echo 2 Tides of Time. And I got to get Echo Jr. again. I don't have a copy of that. And Defender Future on Dreamcast specifically. But all right, there you go. So yeah, there you go. That is Super Bowl Game Saturday for the night. Thank you so much for watching the show, everybody. Thank you, Dolphin, for hanging on whilst the Genesis Mini 1 was feasibly, or Genesis Mini 2 was saying, hey, no, we got to talk Echo the Dolphin. We got to get that on the idea as we have our world perspective. Thank you so much. Our Happy Earth Day a couple months ahead of time. Thank you so much, Dolphin. Hope you had a great time on the show tonight. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you, Gemma96. Thank you, of course, Lekfors, for making tonight's show possible with Super Hang On and the extras, of course, as we always do. Thank you. No problem, Dolphin. Thank you to everybody out there for sure. With that, thank you so much for watching the program once more. Have a great rest of your night, great rest of your weekend, a great week coming forward. I will see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the finale of Game Dev Tycoon and our Konami Collections preview with Castlevania Dominus Collection and Felix the Cat. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night, everybody, and take care.